Chapter 369, Cold Snow. Chapter 369, Cold Snow. Book 3, The South. Chapter 369, Cold Snow. Zhong looked at Ming coldly and said, "I'm Zhong. Whatever you have to say, spit it out. Don't think about dragging the time, otherwise I'll execute you on the spot." Ming maintained his gaze as he spoke seriously. "Then I'll cut to the chase. Zhong, the armory behind me is filled with explosives. As long as I don't make it back by 20 minutes, the explosives will go off. The resources and ammunition in there would be incinerated instantly. Other than the armory, I have sent men to the granary as well. As long as I don't leave here alive, after 20 minutes, the place will turn into a sea of blaze." When Zhong heard this, he frowned. There were over 50,000 survivors in Tianxin district. If the granary was to be blown to bits, the 50,000 survivors would become a heavy burden. Even if Zhong transferred the rations from Jingxi City to save Tianxin district, it would leave Jingxi City with barely 3 months' worth of supplies. Wu Yin's eyes narrowed as he threatened with fury, "Bastard! If you dare do that, I'll break you. I'll cut you in pieces, bastard." The various leaders under Zhong shouted out in fury. Facing those agitated threats, Ming did not falter, instead looking quietly at Zhong. Zhong waved his hands. Only then did the noise subside. Zhong looked at Ming with an icy gaze as he said, "State your conditions. As long as it's not too preposterous, I'll promise you." Since Ming had stepped out alone and had not yet burnt the armory or granary, it was obvious he didn't want to push things too far. He wanted to live as well. Ming eyed Zhong and continued, "I'm willing to surrender to you, Leader Zhong. However, I hope that you will promise to keep our families and personal property out of harm's way. Also, after we surrender, we hope to gain the same rights as your current citizens." In this post-apocalypse, human lives were cheap. Ming was worried that once they surrendered, they might be slaughtered like pigs and dogs. He had fought for his position in this new apocalyptic world and knew how dark and cruel humans can get, and was afraid that Zhong would be like those terrorists who did whatever they wanted. Zhong replied, "Fine, I'll promise you that." Those conditions that Ming had stated, Zhong already had the intentions of doing. It was true that Zhong was merciless to his enemies, but it was just that. He never allowed his troops to engage in pillaging or rape nor widespread massacring. Hearing Zhong's promise, Ming heaved a sigh of relief, and he pulled out a walkie-talkie and said, "Everyone immediately surrender." Upon receiving Ming's orders, the various defenses laid down their arms. The huge doors of the armory opened up as well, allowing the soldiers under Zhong to make their way in. Within the armory, there were numerous IFVs, red arrows, machine gun-mounted vehicles, and various other modern weaponry. Amongst the soldiers under Ming, only a handful of the veterans commanded by Zhao Zhigang had the knowledge to operate these weapons. However, they had not the time to use these before they were routed and forced by Zhong to surrender. In the end, they wound up not even displaying the prowess of these weapons. Otherwise, this assault on Tianxin district would have seen more casualties on Zhong's side. When Ming surrendered, the defense of Tianxin district weakened by about 80%. There were a few troops that still tried to prevent Zhong from entering parts of the town. However, under the threat and power of Zhong's troops, they were quickly defeated and killed. Not long after, the entire defense of Tianxin district had crumbled, and the violence and various fights were put down. All troublemakers were executed on the spot, and under the pressure and vigilance of the troops, Tianxin district regained its peace. With Tianxin district in Zhong's control, the expert battalion also fell into Zhong's lap. The leader of the expert battalion by Shaosheng had actually fooled around with a few beauties the night prior. As a result, he had been entirely spent, sleeping throughout the entire ordeal. When he awoke, he discovered that Tianxin district had already belonged to Zhong. Seeing that Ming had surrendered, Bai Shaosheng also dutifully swore allegiance to Zhong. After obtaining Tianxin district, Zhong set in motion the retraining and organization of the troops. He created 4 infantry battalions as well as an expert battalion. Furthermore, with the 6 infantry battalions and support troops, the army under Zhong had swelled to a size of more than 4,000 people. However, out of these 4,000 people, the actual number who could fight well were only 3 infantry battalions and the expert battalion. The rest were still in training, and within a short span of time, they would not be ready to engage in any battle nor provide any boost in fighting capabilities. When the 4 infantry battalions and the expert battalion were assembled, Zhong deployed them in shifts to clear out the zombies in the surrounding towns. On one hand, they managed to retrieve more resources. On the other, they were grinding to increase their combat abilities, raising the number of enhancers as well as the levels. As for the reserve troops, Zhong sent them through reformative and strict military training. Although these reserve troops could not yet fight, with a few months of training, they would start to resemble a proper army. In the governing side, with the experience he gained from establishing a government in Longhai City, Zhong picked out a few officials familiar with the running of affairs with the help of Ming and established a new cabinet of officers. Ming was an extremely capable and talented man. He was a billionaire industrialist prior to the apocalypse, who made his way up one step at a time. He was knowledgeable, talented, had the charisma to lead, and was extremely determined. This was why he could have slowly grown a small team into a faction of more than 50,000 people. If there were any weak points to be pointed out, it would be that his personal combat ability was weak and was merely a level 11 enhancer. Although Ming was extremely outstanding, Zhong did not select him as the head of the cabinet, instead promoting Ning into that position. While Ning was indeed capable, he lacked ambition. If Zhong allowed Ming to become the head of the cabinet, the moment Zhong was gone, he might come up with ways to revolt and wrestle the power away from Zhong. As for Ning, while he was strong, even if Zhong was not around, he would not have any intention to betray him. In this world, the human heart is the hardest to fathom. Capable yet loyal men were extremely hard to find. With such a capable and ambitious character like Ming, Zhong would only be able to leave the place without worry after he fully established an order from the ground up. In such an unstable period, Zhong had no choice but to utilize Ning, who was loyal to him. Zhong's troops had cleared out the zombies in the towns that led to Yunlong County in the southwest direction for an entire week, and had no choice but to return to Tianxin District. It started to snow. In Tianxin District, within a villa, Zhong was looking at the skies, watching the snowflakes falling from the sky. He stretched out his hand as a particular snowflake landed on his palm and dissolved into a small drop of water. Zhong gazed at the drop of water and heaved a long sigh. "Master, why are you sighing? Isn't the snow very beautiful? It actually is my first time seeing snow." Beside Zhong, the beautiful voice of Ming sounded. Zhong turned to look at her and saw that she was dressed in thick cotton clothing, wearing gloves, her face flushed red from the cold, and her entire being looking as though she was an extremely cute cotton doll. Ming was currently looking at the pure white snow, her face full of excitement. She had grown up in the south, and it was the first time she actually saw real snow. Zhong looked back at the pretty snowscape and said heavily, "We have been living in Guangxi and are used to the warm weather. Places that snow are actually rare." Tianxin District itself had not experienced snow in the past few decades. Even if it snowed, it wasn't that heavy. It is obvious that the current climate has changed and become stranger. With the onset of such strange weather, to us humans, it's unclear if it will be a good or bad thing. However, in this coming winter, we will definitely face a number of deaths from the cold. The current weather outside had dropped to -4 degrees Celsius, and this *1 weather had already persisted for an entire week. Outside, there was snow everywhere, and roads were blocked. When Zhong had conquered Tianxin District and Jingxi City, he had obtained a large number of warm clothing for the cold. Even then, in just this week, they had already lost 20-plus survivors who froze to death. Asterisk 2, almost everyone was cooped up at home now, shivering uncontrollably. If Zhong brought the people now to the hills and hid within caves, a sudden snowstorm would be enough to rob the lives of many of them. Under such harsh cold, the various troops under Zhong had returned to either Jingxi City or Tianxin District and were conducting their own training within cover. The operations to hunt for resources and killing zombies came to a halt. Achoo! Ming Jejia suddenly sneezed in a cute manner. Go back in. Zhong ruffled Ming Jejia's hair and said fondly. With regards to the problem of the weather, Zhong had no means of changing anything. Although he wanted sorely to bring troops and deal with Wei and Hong, he could only wait out the winter now. Otherwise, before he even reached the battlefront, he would lose his troops to the cold. Zhong brought Ming Jejia towards the most luscious villa within Tianxin District. Welcome back, master. Zhong brought Ming Jejia and had just entered the villa when he saw 2 rows of beautiful ladies in a half-bow, speaking in unison. Zhong looked at them with a slight amazement as he smiled and said, Not bad. Asterisk 3. After conquering Tianxin District, Zhong had kept himself busy by training the troops and establishing the new government, while training himself as well. There was no time to truly go home, and had always slept in the office. This was the first time in a long while that he had gone to a home to relax. Chapter 370, Beauty. Chapter 370, Beauty. Book 3, The South. When Zhong had conquered Tianxin District, he had cleaned up the incumbent factions. He killed the leaders of the various factions that still stood against him, while the soldiers under them were thrown into the scum battalion as cannon fodder. During the process, Zhong had obtained a number of beautiful ladies, and these 12 maids were the final choices of a selection. Master, welcome home. Right at this time, a top beauty appeared in front of Zhong, dressed in a clean white dress, showing her long, slender legs and fair skin. Her lips were lush and teeth perfect, while her long hair was straight and black. Her entire demeanor exuded a certain charm, and she smiled as she greeted Zhong. With the appearance of this beauty, the other 12 ladies seemed to pale in comparison. Zhong eyed the beauty for a while before asking directly, Why do you look familiar? Hearing his words, the 12 maids revealed a strange expression on their faces. Ming Jejia eyed the beauty in white, her eyes filled with veneration and admiration. Master, she is Su Shuling, the main actress of countless films. She's known to be the successor to the queen of films Lu Zixuan. She's a well-known film and television star. Ming Jejia was also an ordinary girl before the apocalypse, and had her idols and dreams as well. The Su Shuling happened to be one of her biggest idols. Su Shuling revealed a bright and sweet smile as she spoke in her melodious voice. Master, I'm Su Shuling. Su Shuling had been a proud and slightly willful celebrity prior to the apocalypse. If it was before the world changed, she wouldn't even have any interaction with a common person like Zhong. But now she had no choice but to lower her head and to express her subservience to gain his favor. Su Shuling had experienced firsthand the problems of the current world. Her looks had attracted a lot of dangerous attention, and if it were not for Bei Mingyang's protection, she could have become the high-quality toy for the leaders of other factions to be played with and thrown around. Bei Mingyang had constantly protected Su Shuling. Of course, it was mainly because of the friendship between her and his own daughter. On the other hand, she could be used as a bargaining chip with another strong person. Heroes naturally went with beauties, and with a beauty on hand to control any male experts, it was a move that Bei Mingyang often used. However, before Bei Mingyang had even got to use her, Zhong had defeated him, and the various resources owned by him fell to Zhong. Su Shuling hence became one of Zhong's spoils of war. Hi, big brother. I'm Ning Ruozi. Another girl with a head full of black hair and fair skin stepped out while greeting Zhong. She had an exquisite look and was smiling brightly, looking as cute as an angel, and looked to be about only 11 or 12. Zhong had no woman beside him all along, and was seen bringing Ming Jejia, this lowly, everywhere he battled. His subordinates hence thought to offer Ning Ruozi this lowly that was even more beautiful than Ming Jiejia to Zhong. Star. Little vixen. Ming Jiejia took one glance at Ning Ruozi, and her face turned grim as she muttered under her breath. As a girl, she could also feel the charm and cuteness of Ning Ruozi. Although she herself was beautiful, when compared to this angel-like person, she was definitely not as eye-catching. I'm Ning Yusin, a tall woman with a short hairdo, voluptuous figure, fair skin, and perfect face stepped out in front of Ning Ruozi, blocking her from Zhong as she stared apathetically at Zhong. Another bespectacled lady stepped forward. Her hair was tied up high, her face paddled with makeup, and she had an alluring figure, yet her defined features exuded a sternness, and she looked to be 27 to 28, giving off a mature charm as she was decked in a set of housekeeping apparel. She spoke out. How do you do, Master Zhong? I'm Zheng Yakin, and was assigned by Waningwa Mayor Wei to be your housekeeper. Su Shuling, Ning Ruozi, Ning Yusin were selected by people at the behest of Waningwa to serve Zhong. As for Zheng Yakin, she was specially selected to help look after the household for Zhong. Hi, everybody. Zhong smiled at these four beauties before walking into his room. In the room, there was a stove burning, and the outside cold could not affect the coziness of the room. Only someone like Zhong could get to enjoy the luxury of open heating. This was the benefit of being a leader. Zhong fought valiantly, and he would not decline such treatment hypocritically. Zhong began taking off his coats, and two of the maids came in as they helped him out of it, before hanging it by the side. Zhong and Ming Jiejia then walked towards the dining area. On the round dinner table, there were various plates of seafood, wild vegetables, desserts, as well as Type 2 mutant beast meat that had been prepared by chefs. It all looked extremely sumptuous. Ming Jiejia, Su Shuling, Ning Ruozi, and Ning Yusin all sat down as they started to dig in. Zheng Yakin stood by Zhong's side like a straight rod. At the sides of the table, the maids stood in 2 rows, and the atmosphere gave Zhong an uncomfortable sense of being like a mafia boss in the pre-apocalypse days. Zhong looked at the mature yet cold Zheng Yakin and said, Yakin, join us and eat. Zheng Yakin maintained her stern and cold demeanor as she rejected. Master, this goes against the contract. I'm your housekeeper and have no right to eat with you. Zhong chuckled and did not pursue the matter. Zhong had a copy of the documents pertaining to Zheng Yakin. She was a graduate from Cambridge and was proficient in Russian, Japanese, English, French, and German, and had received the most elite of training as a housekeeper. Before the apocalypse had set in, she had just been selected by a billionaire and was ready to become a senior stewardess with annual income of 400,000. She had received the strictest of trainings and abided by a professional set of conduct. Hence Zhong did not force her against her rules. Who should I enjoy? Zhong turned his head as his eyes traveled across the table, taking in the 4 beauties around him. Ever since he was sent to Vietnam by that nether beast, he had been kept busy by warfare, governance, to exert control and total dominion, without a single moment of rest. With the winter about to set in, and snow having blocked off most of the paths, military affairs have been put on hold. The new government had also been established. Both Jingxi City and Tianjin District are under his control. With time to spare, he could now appreciate the beauties in front of him. Zhong's gaze fell on Ming Jiejia, before he quickly turned his gaze to the other girls. Although his relationship with her was the closest, she was truly too young. Zhong's gaze then fell to Ning Ruozi for all of 3 seconds, before moving to and fro between Ning Yusin and Su Shuling. Between Su Shuling and Ning Yusin, one was a huge star, the other a beloved daughter of a magnate. Both had the extreme qualities of beauties, and few men could withstand their attractiveness. My charms are truly attractive. Su Shuling had been someone who mixed around before the apocalypse, and was sensitive to Zhong's current passionate gaze, and could not help but feel proud of herself. However, she was reminded that if she was chosen, she had to sleep with Zhong, and this led her to feel unsettled. and she felt complicated. Ning Yusin was also unsettled by Yu Zhong's gaze. Prior to the apocalypse, she was an extremely proud woman. With her perfect looks and grades, coupled with exercise and an excellent family background, she was the object of affection of countless suitors. She had always been on the search for the Prince Charming of her life, and to fall in love truly dramatically. She was extremely unwilling to be with Yu Zhong. Seems like my charms are non-existent. Yu Zhong was perceptive as well, and could detect the slight shudder from the two beauties. It was obvious that they were not willing to be with him, and it caused him to lose interest. Yu Zhong then said indifferently, Su Shuling, Ning Yusin, the both of you can move out tomorrow. With HS words, it seemed like a bomb had went off in the hearts of Su Shuling and Ning Yusin, causing them to turn pale. Why, Master, did we do something wrong? Su Shuling could not help but stammer, as her expression turned to one of tears, her eyes red as she looked pitifully at Yu Zhong. Ning Yusin also looked at Yu Zhong, her entire body having turned stiff. Outside, it was extremely hard to get by, and both of them had seen the consequences of fighting for even a piece of bread. With their looks, if they were to land in a pervert's hands, they would be played till they were broken before being eaten. Compared to the outside, there was food and drinks here, and they were taken care of. It was almost paradise. Who knew how many vied to be in this position that Su Shuling and Ning Yusin had, and how many wished they could exchange places with them? Yu Zhong continued apathetically. I know you guys don't want to be with me. I don't like to force upon others. Relax. After you leave the villa, I will get Wei Ningwa to arrange other jobs for you. Yu Zhong had the entire faction under his control and was responsible for almost 60,000 survivors. There were no shortages of beauties. Even without Su Shuling or Ning Yusin, he would definitely be able to find other beautiful girls to serve him. Su Shuling could not help but reply hastily. No, it's not like that. It's not that I'm unwilling. I am willing. Master, it was just that when you looked at me earlier, I became a little nervous. Chapter 371, Dongling. Chapter 371, Dongling. Book 3, The South. Ning Yusin, on the other hand, remained pale as she stood there ashened, not saying anything. She was originally unwilling to serve Yu Zhong and was sent here under Wei Ningwa's orders. Although she had learned some taekwondo in the past, in the face of guns and knives and experts, it was practically useless. Yu Zhong glanced at Ning Yusin and Su Shuling and understood their mindset as he smiled at Su Shuling and said, Then you can stay. Yu Zhong then looked at Ning Yusin and said, As for you, Ning Yusin, don't worry. After you leave the villa, I will get Wei Ningwa to assign you a job. As long as you work hard, you'll be able to forge a life for yourself with your own efforts. Ning Yusin bit her lips and remained silent. Although she was unwilling to serve Yu Zhong, she knew that the outside world was much harsher and the jobs outside were more menial. Without any actual skill set, she would find it hard to work to keep herself alive. Right at this time, Ruozi jumped down from her seat and pounced into Yu Zhong's arms as she revealed a pleading face, her big eyes looking at Yu Zhong. Big brother, don't chase my sister away. Please don't chase her away. Ruozi will listen to brother's words. Regardless of what you want me to do, I will do. Please don't chase sister away. In this world, other than big brother, I only have sister as family. Ruozi will treat big brother well. Just don't chase sister away. No, I can't leave here. If I leave, who will protect Ruozi? Ning Yusin saw Ruozi pleading Yu Zhong profusely in his arms, and her heart trembled as she walked up and lowered her head in pride as her eyes turned red. She pleaded with gritted teeth, Master, I'm willing to serve you. Please let me stay. Yu Zhong eyed the cute and lovable Ruozi as he pinched her cheeks, and the sensation of her skin felt extremely good in his fingers. He then eyed Ning Yusin and said indifferently, Sure, you can stay. Ruozi then smiled sweetly at Yu Zhong before pouncing in his arms and pointed at a cake and smiled coyly at Yu Zhong. I want that. Okay. Yu Zhong then brought the dessert over. Ning Ruozi opened her mouth, putting on an expression of feed me. Zhong could not resist that adorable girl, and cut a piece of cake and fed her. Delicious. Ning Ruozi ate the cake and revealed an expression of bliss. So refreshing. Zhong was also blown away by her cute antics, and he fed her like a mother hen, cutting pieces and delivered them into her mouth. He watched her cute expressions and felt the fatigue and stress from the constant battles and warfare wash away. Little vixen, Ming Jia watched Zhong feed Ning Ruozi, and her eyes were filled with jealousy. She wanted to be spoiled like that by Zhong as well. Lolikan. Seems like the leader likes Lolis. The females present saw the scene, and their eyes flashed with a strange glint. After dinner, Zhong and the rest went to a sofa and sat down. Zhong pondered for a while before asking Su Shuling. Both you and Bei Mingyang came from Nanning. What's the situation there now? Do you know? Zhong's home was in Nanning. It had almost been a year since the apocalypse first set in, and he did not know if his family members were still alive or not. He was a little afraid of knowing what had happened there, but at the same time, he was desperate for some information. Su Shuling hesitated a while before replying with a slightly difficult expression. Bei Mingyang and I had escaped from Nanning and had not had any communications with anyone there since. Unfortunately, we're not sure about the ongoings there as well. I'm sorry, Master. It's okay. Zhong's eyes flashed with disappointment and softly sighed. Jingxi City and Tianqing District had fallen into his hands, and regardless of any enemies now, he possessed some form of power. Yet, all he wanted to know was the current plight of his parents. I know. Right at this time, Ning Yusin suddenly spoke out as she gazed at Zhong. I know about the survivors at Nanning. Zhong's eyes brightened in anxiety. Oh. Say it quickly. Ning Yusin gathered her thoughts before saying solemnly, I heard that after the world changed, a large number of the survivors in Nanning escaped towards Guilin City. The government of Nanning and the nearby army in Guilin gathered and captured Guilin, and has established a rather large survivor base camp there. If it's like that, I have hope. Zhong immediately stood up excitedly when he heard the news and started to pace about. He had an expression of worry as he muttered to himself, I still have hope. No, it's already been a year. Ming Jia looked at Zhong, who had become agitated, and a look of shock appeared in her eyes. She had never seen Zhong so lost before. Even when facing Wei and Hong, he had never shown fear or apprehension. Every time he did something, he was swift and resolute. Zhong stopped pacing as he called a maid over. Is the hot water in the pool ready? The nearest pretty maid smiled gently and replied, It's already prepared, master. Zheng Yakin, as head maid, expected the maids to always present a smile to their master. If they could not do it, they would be punished, even dismissed from their position. Zhong nodded slightly, then walked towards a bathhouse. In this villa, there was a huge, luxurious bath of about 30 SQM built, and the moment Zhong entered the pool, he saw two beauties kneeling by the pool in maid attire. The two ladies smiled at Zhong and asked, Master, would you like us to serve and bathe you? Zhong waved. You're all dismissed. I would like to be alone today. The two pretty maids thus dismissed themselves. Zhong took one step into the hot water and submerged himself in it as his blood started to heat up. Maybe they're still alive. I want to go to them. I must go to them. The heat churned within Zhong's body as he contemplated and was anxious to find his parents. He had left home for more than a year already, and in this new apocalyptic world, a year's worth of time could be the difference between life and death, and he truly wanted to leave for Guilin City now, but was afraid that he might receive the news of their passing when he reached there. This sort of suspense was causing him turmoil, precisely because he held his parents in high regard. Right at this time, a fair-skinned female with chestnut hair and a towel wrapped around her explosive figure strode into the pool, bringing with her a fragrant scent as she came to Zhong's side. Zhong opened his eyes as he saw the incoming girl, who was extremely beautiful, and his eyes flashed. He said a little gloomily, Didn't I order you guys to be dismissed? Why are you disobedient? Under the stormy gaze of Zhong, the body of the girl with chestnut hair trembled uncontrollably as she pondered a while before loosening the towel as it dropped into the pool, revealing a youthful and vibrant body. She was also endowed with a pair of incredibly fair and full breasts. The girl hugged Zhong as she spoke in a slightly shaky voice. Master, I can feel your anxiety. Please use my body to release your tension. When the girl entered Zhong's embrace, he could smell a mix of body shower and her own fragrance, and he could feel her soft and delicate body with his own. Something stirred in his loins, and coupled with the troubled mood that he was in, he immediately pushed the voluptuous girl to the side of the pool and penetrated her in one swift motion. Oh! The girl let out a moan of agony, and at the place where the two of them joined together, blood could be seen dripping into the pool. Zhong seemed to turn into a beast and was turned on by the atmosphere as he thrusted furiously, grabbing onto the lamb-like girl and pumped her with all his might. The chestnut-hair beauty kept hugging Zhong, accepting his violence and restlessness with a soft embrace. After they had finished, the girl collapsed in his arms, as though she was broken, and she gasped for breath. Zhong hugged the girl, his heart free of the tension he had felt earlier, as he asked her gently, "What's your name? Why did you do that?" "I'm called Ling. Wang Dajuan killed my entire family. I had sworn then, whoever killed him, I would dedicate my entire life to him. Master, you had killed Wang Dajuan, and I, Ling, am willing to serve as your slave for my whole life." Ling's hands were wrapped around Zhong as she gazed into his eyes with extreme tenderness and began kissing him deeply on the lips. Wang Dajuan? Zhong thought back to the report on the person. Wang Dajuan was truly a person of evil deeds, and when Zhong had assaulted Tianqing district, he had executed the various leaders who had retaliated. He didn't expect that his actions had actually gained him the gratitude and heart of a beauty. Star. Right at this time, the beautiful lowly Ning Ruozi also hopped into the pool wrapped in a towel as she grabbed onto Zhong's arms and flirted, "Big brother, I want it too. You must kiss me too." On another side, Ming was apparently not willing to step back as she grabbed onto Zhong's other hand and looked at him silently and pitifully. Chapter 372, Ning Ruozi. Chapter 372, Ning Ruozi. Book 3, The South. On the left was the bubbly Ning Ruozi. On the right was the silent, yet capable Ming with extraordinary skills. And in his embrace was Ling with her extremely hot figure. Zhong was literally enveloped in bliss and the fragrance of the feminine scents. It was almost heaven for him. "Be good." Zhong ruffled both Ning Ruozi and Ming on their little heads and coaxed them. Ning Ruozi broke into an angelic smile and said, "Hee hee, I was praised by Big Brother." On the other side, Ming was slightly upset that Zhong still treated her like a kid, yet she continued to hug his hand tightly. Right at this time, Su Shuling and Ning Yusin also entered the pool with white bath towels wrapped around them. "Ruozi, come over here." Ning Yusin saw how close Ning Ruozi was sticking to Zhong, and she turned sullen, pulling Ning Ruozi from Zhong's side. She knew her younger sister was extremely adorable and was worried that Zhong would covet her. Ning Ruozi put up some resistance against Ning Yusin and struggled. "No, sister, I want to hear Big Brother and his stories." "Sister, let go of me." Ning Yusin's face turned wooden as she mustered her big sister voice and said sternly, "Ruozi, be obedient. Otherwise I will get angry." Ning Ruozi scrunched up her face and said in a long voice, "Edis." Su Shuling sat by the pool and looked at Ling in Zhong's embrace, her eyes flashing with a complicated gaze. She was a little jealous of Ling gaining Zhong's affection, yet at the same time, a small part of her heaved a sigh of relief. Ming who was still on Zhong's right side, suddenly asked, "Master, do you want to go to Gillen City?" Ming Jia had followed Zhong all the way from Vietnam to China, as they slaughtered their way through, and it was the first time she saw Zhong so unsettled. Her strong perception allowed her to guess that there must be people important to Zhong at Guilin City. Zhong was silent for a while, before replying slowly, and I must definitely make a trip there in the near future. If Zhong was still at Longhai City, there were over 1 million zombies blocking the way, coupled with the fact that there were various mutant beasts around, and he still did not know the way to Guilin City. Even if he had wanted to head back, it was next to impossible. However, with him being at Guangxi now, the location wasn't too far off. He was decided on heading back, and, if he could, he would try to fly there. Ming Jia hugged Zhong's hand tightly, and she looked at Zhong with those huge eyes and said, "I shall go with you." And Zhong tousled Ming Jia's hair again as he smiled. Ming Jia had already undergone tough training, and her body constitution was considered above the elite forces of before the apocalypse. She could operate various weapons as well, and could summon the shadow wolves. Wherever Zhong went, he liked to take Ming Jia along, because her skills complemented him and covered his weaknesses. Zhong's close combat skills, survival abilities, and destructive power were all tyrannical. However, in terms of scouting the enemy, he could not contend with Ming Jia and her shadow wolves. When they had entered Tianxin district, without the help of Ming Jia, Zhong had no way of quickly flushing out the soldiers that were hiding. That was to say, Ming Jia played the role of a biological radar and could pinpoint the locations to Zhong, allowing him to execute his abilities perfectly. Ning Ruozi came back and hugged Zhong, with her crystal-clear eyes staring at him as she puked, "Brother, brother, bring Ruozi along as well. Ruozi wants to follow Big Brother." Zhong looked at the adorable Ning Ruozi and immediately turned her down. "No way. You don't have any special abilities. Bringing you would be too dangerous." Ning Ruozi looked at Zhong with tearful eyes as she pleaded, "Big Brother." Ruozi heard that Big Brother have methods to turn people into evolvers. If Big Brother do that to Ruozi, won't it be safe for Ruozi to tag along? Hearing those words from Ning Ruozi, other than Ming Jia, the gazes from the other girls immediately fell on Zhong. The fact that Zhong had the ability to help a person become an evolver, almost everyone from Jingxi City and Tianxin District knew about it. Zhong did not stop the news from spreading, because with this knowledge, his subordinates would work harder and be loyal, so they could stand a chance to become an evolver with great power. Zhong ruffled Ning Ruozi's head and said mildly, "It's true, I do have a treasure that does that. However, it's too precious, and I can't give it to you now. The juice from the snake birth fruit was too valuable. Every single vial could result in an evolver. Zhong would only bestow it upon those who were loyal and willing to die for him. Initially, he had no choice but to turn Ming Jia into an evolver as the situation called for it, due to the lack of trusted personnel." Ning Ruozi crunched up her face and pouted as she ran from Zhong's side. "Ruozi's angry. Big Brother is a bad person. Ruozi will ignore you." Zhong watched Ning Ruozi as he chuckled and did not say much. He continued to soak himself for a while, before carrying Dong Ling and leaving. Su Shuling also stood up not long after and headed outside. The moment Su Shuling left, Ning Yusin's face turned wooden as she lectured Ning Ruozi. "Ruozi, what's with you today? If you continue to be like that, what if he is overcome by lust?" The cute smile on Ning Ruozi's face vanished, as she revealed a look of indifference and maturity that did not fit her age, using that childlike voice of hers to reply, "Sister, we're already in his hands. If he wants to do so, we can do nothing. Life here is pretty good. If it was outside, if we fell into some other pervert's hands, then it would truly be a fate worse than death." Ning Ruozi thought back to a scene where she saw a few men crowding around a pot with kids inside, and she shuddered involuntarily, which had nothing to do with the cold. She gritted her teeth as a resolute look flashed across her face, saying, "If we want to live on in this apocalyptic world, then we need strength." I will definitely control you, Zhong, and have him under my heel. That way, us sisters will get to live safely and securely. Ning Yusin retorted in anger. What if he violates you? Men are biologically wired to be unable to control themselves. You're playing with fire. Ning Ruozi replied indifferently. Then let him be. Ever since we came to this villa, I've already prepared myself. We weak women would be violated by others, even if it's not by him. Ning Yusin shuddered with rage and slapped Ning Ruozi on her face furiously as she felt indignant about her sister's nonchalant attitude towards their plight. The slap landed hard on Ning Ruozi's face, causing a red palm print to appear on it. Ning Yusin saw the imprint on her sister's face, and her heart ached as she hugged her tightly and cried out, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's my fault. Ning Ruozi had tears in her eyes as she hugged Ning Yusin back and consoled her. You were not wrong. I didn't know my limits. Rest assured, sister, Ruozi will definitely protect you. You're after all the only family I've got left. Set your mind at ease, sister. Ruozi is the cutest lowly on earth. You, Zhong, being a lullicon, would not be able to resist my charms. Ning Yusin hugged Ning Ruozi tightly. No, Ruozi, it should be me protecting you. Don't worry, I won't let any harm come to you. Let me protect you. Whatever the cost, I, as your sister, will protect you. Ning Yusin hugged her only family tightly, as a resolute look flashed in her eyes. Ning Ruozi kept silent, and the two beauties hugged quietly for a while, as warm feelings surged between the two. All right, Ruozi, just now you called you Zhong big brother. Wasn't that too mushy? That's not true. Guys like that, oh. Sister. Ning Yusin was puzzled. And is that true? You have been too caught up with studying. That's why you haven't been in love? What a bummer. Ning Yusin grabbed Ning Ruozi's cheeks and squeezed. Little brat, you're too mature. Ning Ruozi let out a hamster-like squeak. No, sister. Ruozi's undefeatable face would be damaged. Where did you learn this type of nonsense? Of course, through manhwas. Once we go back, I'll introduce you to two of the romance type. That way you can also understand men better. Without you Zhong around, Ning Ruozi did not put on any pretense of her earlier cuteness. Instead, she was truly wearing a smile. She who had gone through so much knew that being able to survive with your family in this world was the greatest joy. Early the next morning, Yu Zhong was still in slumber when a cute female's voice resounded in his ear. Bro, it's time to wake up, brother. If you're still not up, I'm going to take away the blanket. The female voice that sounded in his ear was trembling and felt forced. Yu Zhong opened his eyes slowly and saw Ning Yusin dressed in white socks, white shirts, and a white miniskirt. Her face flushed red as she stood there. It seems like if I don't do this, it won't work. Brother, you pervert. Ning Yusin saw that Yu Zhong had opened his eyes and forced down her sense of shame and fought against the urge to run as she lowered her head to kiss him on the lips. Chapter 373, Move Out. Chapter 373, Move Out. Book 3, The South. After a light kiss, Ning Yusin was like a terrified little doe. Her face flushed extremely red as she looked at Yu Zhong, whose eyes were wide open in shock as she stammered out in embarrassment. Like this. You should be satisfied. Bro, time to get up. Yu Zhong stared at the once cold Ning Yusin, who had just exhibited the characteristics of a 2D persona from manhwas, and did not look away. Her entire uncomfortable demeanor and the unease of her earlier actions gave her an interesting sense of charm. If you still don't get up, you're going to be late. Bro, Ning Yusin was feeling increasingly shy as she was stared at by Yu Zhong, stammering her words out with difficulty. Ha! Ning Ruozi had just entered Yu Zhong's chambers and saw her sister's embarrassed and awkward behavior, and could not help but hug her belly and roared out in laughter. This is bad. Ning Yusin was laughed at by her sister, and feeling faint, she dashed out of the room and escaped. Ning Ruozi watched her sister run away as she put on her angelic smile and jumped beside Zhong, pecking him lightly on the cheeks, and said, "Good morning, big brother." Zhong ruffled Ning Ruozi's head and replied, "Morning. Go out first. I'm going to change." Ning Ruozi's bright eyes sparkled as she laughed sweetly. "I don't mind. You can change in front of me. It's okay." Zhong flicked her forehead. "It's not okay with me." "Change." Ning Ruozi hugged her head as she glared at Zhong adorably before bolting out the room as well. "Brother, this time, if you're heading to Gillen City, please bring me along." At the dining table, Ning Yusin brought the matter up. Ning Yusin was an intelligent girl and knew that there were no prior form of interaction between her and Zhong. Only through constant interaction and the experience of situations together would their relationship improve. Now, she could only make use of her looks and coyness to earn his adoration, but not become an important person to him. Ming Jejia was the perfect example who had went through thick and thin with Zhong and had naturally become someone important to him. Zhong gazed at Ning Yusin and asked slowly, "This time, the trip to Gillen City will be fraught with unknown dangers. In fact, there might be constant trouble along the way. I can't guarantee your safety. Are you certain you want to go with me?" Ning Yusin looked at Zhong with a resolute gaze and replied, "Yes, I want to go to Gillen City with you. I know English, Vietnamese, Thai, Malay, and Japanese. I'm also trained in karate and taekwondo. Small-time thugs aren't my match. I'm capable of protecting myself." Ning Yusin had been the daughter of a chairman of a multinational corporation, and their main clientele were Southeast Asian countries. Ning Yusin had been groomed to take over the company, and hence, she had picked up 4 different languages and learnt different forms of self-defense and could be considered as an elite member of society. Zhong took a long glance at Ning Yusin for a while, before saying, "Fine, I'll bring you along." Ning Yusin heaved a sigh of relief. "Thanks, brother." Ning Ruozi also hugged Zhong's arm as she tried to ask him coyly, "Big brother, I want to go too. Bring me along, will you?" Zhong looked at Ning Ruozi and his expression turned wooden. "No, you can't go, no matter how much you try to beg. Continue this and I'll spank your bottom." Ning Ruozi was still a delicate girl after all, and could be frozen to death if not careful. Zhong was naturally not willing to bring her out. Unless it was Yao Yao or Ming Jejia, who were evolvers, Zhong would not allow the other younger girls to endanger themselves. Ning Ruozi scrunched her face again as she pouted and retorted, "Petty miser, I shall not care about you." Su Shuling seemed like she wanted to speak, but she hesitated, and in the end, keeping silent. She was good-looking, but had never taken on any form of self-defense lessons, and if she followed along, she would just be a burden. When she thought about the journey that was sure to span over a few hundred li, she could not say anything. In this world, a few hundred li were still considered long, and there were bound to be mutant beasts along the way, as well as hordes of zombies. If they were to encounter any behemoths, their vehicle troops might be even wiped out. In an office of Longhai City, Qiyang was currently facing the officials that were seated around and said, "There's news of Zhong. It came from Guangxi. Zhong's still alive. Leader Yu's still alive. That's great. As expected, Leader Yu is still alive. I knew he couldn't be dead." The entire meeting hall erupted in joyous cheers as the dampened mood and low spirits from Zhong's disappearance washed away. There were a few ambitious characters who also quelled the schemes in their hearts when they heard the news. Luwen couldn't help but ask, "Where's Zhong right now?" Guiyu, who was sitting beside Lu, also turned her gaze towards Qiyang, waiting for his answer. Qiyang continued without missing a beat. Zhong is currently at Tianjin District near the borders of China and Vietnam. He had already conquered it and established a camp of more than 60,000 survivors. "Holy shit, he really is our leader, Yu. Too awesome." De Guzi sighed in awe. "Yeah, he's really the best." Chunyan had a look of excitement as he said. The various officials in Longhai City sighed. In the city base, they had the ammunitions manufacturing line up and running, and while it could not produce the ammo for the heavy weapons like cannons and tanks, they had no shortage of ammunition for the majority of their weapons. With that, after Zhong had disappeared, they could only regain 2 other major cities, and the total survivors they absorbed amounted to about 4,000 people. Compared to Zhong's progress, it was indeed a little miserable. In truth, it had to do with the leadership style as well. Zhong liked to advance constantly and conquer. Qiang, on the other hand, took comfort in stability and wasn't aggressive. While Qiang held the reins of Longhai City, he wasn't the true leader, and thus, whenever he wanted things to be done, there were minor obstructions along the way, hence slowing the rate of progress. However, he was extremely sturdy, and although Zhong had been gone for some time, there were no major problems as a result of his leadership, and he didn't give the more ambitious characters any opportunity to pounce on. Qiang eyed the people in front of him and commanded, "I shall announce from now on, our next target will be regaining Sy City. After the weather turns warmer, we shall immediately set for the southwest direction and clear a route between Zhong and us. Everyone will have to work towards this single objective." Yes, the entire top brass were unison this time round, as they answered with vigor. It was a matter that had weighed heavily on them, and now, with him back, they were revitalized. After the meeting was concluded, Qiang went to a window, looking towards the southwest direction, and gazed out silently. In the direction, there were his parents, as well as his unforgettable first love. However, he could only stay here and not look for them. "Zhong, I'm leaving them to you." Qian looked out at the harsh cold winds as he thought to himself silently. The snowstorm in Tianxin district lasted an entire 2 weeks before coming to a stop, and warm sunlight finally broke through the clouds. The moment the skies cleared, a vehicle fleet comprising of 6 jeeps, for resources trucks, an IFV, and 2 trucks full of nothing but fuel left Tianxin district, making their way towards the horizon. On the journey this time, Zhong brought Ming Jiejia, Zheng Mingyi, Ning Yusin, Luo Qifeng, by Xiaosheng and a few other experts. Wu Yin, Wei Ninghua, and a few other capable generals of his were stationed at Tianxin district and Jingxi city to continue the fortifying of the bases and training of the troops. Zhong had brought only a handful of people with him, totaling 37. Even if these 37 died, it wouldn't impact Tianxin district or Jingxi city in any way. Under the conditions where the weather was unpredictable, bringing a large number of troops was tantamount to suicide, as a snowstorm could easily wipe the entire troop out. A smaller team would find it easier to survive. Furthermore, everyone that came with him was an expert, and their survival skills in the wild were naturally higher. Bai Xiaosheng yawned out of boredom. "So boring. Isn't there something exciting?" Zheng Mingyi glared at Bai Xiaosheng coldly. "Platoon commander Bai, keep quiet. We are recon soldiers. Loud noises will reveal our positions." Zheng Mingyi did not view Bai Xiaosheng favorably. When Zhong had launched the assault on Tianxin district, Bai Xiaosheng was Bai Mingyang's trump card, and yet he was useless. It was because he prioritized his lust over anything else. And when Zhong had come knocking, Bai Xiaosheng was still lying in bed with his women and having a good sleep. Bai Xiaosheng laughed conceitedly as he patted Zheng Mingyi's shoulder. "Old Zheng, don't worry. Even if we reveal ourselves, it'll be okay. I will be responsible for killing those poor fools who find us. Just relax." Zheng Mingyi's face darkened. "On the field, you'd better refer to me as Captain." Bai Xiaosheng laughed nonchalantly. All right. Captain, can you not be so rigid? Once we go back to Tianxin district, I'll introduce a few ladies to you, okay? Let's engage in a 6P orgy." Ha ha ha. Zheng Mingyi's face was thoroughly black by now, and he did not continue talking as he continued observing the front. "Old Zheng, the women I know are all guaranteed high quality. I promise that they're the best of the best. Not a single one is below 70 points." Bai Xiaosheng was like a piece of sticky candy that stuck on him and did not stop talking. Just as Zheng Mingyi was about to explode with anger, gunshots rang out from the distance. "Shut up. Zhong Mingyi's expression changed as he shot forwards on his own like an arrow towards the disturbance. I just had to release too. The fanboy and lowly chapters made me bleed from my eyes and cuticles. Like, straight zombie Halloween costume look here. Chapter 374, Heaven Sect. Chapter 374, Heaven Sect. Book 3, The South. By Xiaoxing's eyes narrowed as well, as he jumped out of the figure and shot forwards like an arrow. In just a space of 10 breaths, he managed to overtake Zhong Mingyi and charged onto the battlefield. Zhong Mingyi was shocked in his heart as he rushed by Xiaoxing's side. So fast. No wonder he was termed as Tianqin District's #1 expert. They discovered that there were currently 2 factions of people engaged in slaughter at a distance in the snow-white field, one of which were people dressed in all sorts of tattered clothing, the other dressed entirely in black, their heads wearing some strange hats. The first faction with the assorted clothings were carrying various guns, while those in black were mainly wielding machetes and other weapons. Both were fighting furiously, and the black-dressed faction were being overwhelmed as they retreated continuously, and a few of their women and kids were abandoned before being taken by the militants in tattered clothes. When those gun-wielding militants caught those women and kids, they would immediately laugh out cruelly and tie them up before continuing their assault on the other faction dressed in black. Zhong Mingyi gave an order to Bai Xiaoxing, "Stay here and observe. I'll go notify the leader." "There's no need. I alone will be more than enough for this bunch of thrash." Bai Xiaoxing eyed the militants, the sides of his mouth curving in an arc, as he revealed a malevolent smile. He waved his hands before a pair of green daggers appeared in his hands, and with just a step, he seemed to transform into a specter as he shot forwards. "Asshole!" Zhong Mingyi could not help but curse when Bai Xiaoxing blatantly ignored his orders. He despised those soldiers who did not give a hoot about military command on the battlefield. But he's really fast. Zhong Mingyi observed that within a few breaths of time, Bai Xiaoxing had actually already reached the midst of the group of fighting over 300 m away, and his heart involuntarily trembled. Bai Xiaoxing's speed was truly fearsome. Having suddenly appeared in the midst of the gun-wielding militants, he slashed his daggers about in a mad frenzy. The militants found either their throats slashed or a nick at their chest, causing their hearts to bleed, and they fell to the ground in disbelief. 30 seconds. In just 30 seconds from appearing within the group of militants, Bai Xiaoxing had totally wiped out 16 members of the 19-strong group, leaving 3 alive. The remaining 3 immediately quailed in fear as they threw their weapons down, raising their hands, afraid that their lives would be taken from them at any moment. Zhong Mingyi took all this in, his eyes flashing with a strange glint as he thought silently, "Formidable." Seeing that display of speed from Bai Xiaoxing, Zhong Mingyi knew he wasn't Bai Xiaoxing's match, and there has to be at least 100+ elite soldiers to fire a cover of bullets, otherwise ordinary soldiers would not be able to even catch up with his speed. Bai Xiaoxing was an agility-based evolver, and he had reached level 46. The moment he fully activated his speed, it would far surpass Yu Zhong's own. Based on this speed alone, he had been termed as the #1 expert in Tianqin District. Zhong Mingyi looked at Bai Xiaoxing, and a thought passed in his mind. Seems like leader was worried that Wu Ying and the rest might not be able to handle this guy. That's why he brought him along. Zhong Mingyi was truly on the mark. Yu Zhong was not okay with leaving such an expert at Tianqin District or Jingxi City when things have not yet stabilized. If Yu Zhong was not around, and Bei Mingyang instigated Bai Xiaoxing to start a revolt, should the moment be right, their chances of success would definitely not be small. Hence, in the operation this time round, Yu Zhong had specifically brought many of the experts that used to be under Bei Mingyang. On one hand, it was to bring them away from the 2 bases. On the other, he wanted to see if he could subdue them totally and win over their loyalty. These experts had surrendered to Yu Zhong due to the difference in strength, but had yet to follow him wholeheartedly. Soon after, Yu Zhong arrived with the rest of the fleet. When Zhong came to the scene, he saw the ground littered with corpses, and he frowned as he barked. Any survivors? Leader, these are the ones left alive. Bai Xiaosheng kicked the 3 captives as he brought them in front of Zhong. When Bai Xiaosheng stood straight, his eyes could not help but roam over to Ning Yusin and Ming, judges dressed in military, were beside Zhong, and he blurted out, "What a pair of beauties with such heroic auras! Leader, why don't you give me the lowly? I'm willing to exchange 10 beauties for her." "Shut up." Zhong's eyes turned cold as he reached out for Bai Xiaosheng's neck with lightning speed. Bai Xiaosheng was an agility-based evolver after all, and he was fully equipped with agility-enhancing items. The moment Zhong moved, he also reacted, his body tensed and poised, as though he was ready to launch his own counterattack. At this moment, Zhong's eyes retracted, and he activated the art of fear, and the horrifying spiritual and illusionary attack blasted Bai Xiaosheng's consciousness relentlessly. In that instant, Bai Xiaosheng was sent through years of torment, through various means like backbreaking, dismembering, being lit on fire, his heart carved out, even beheading. It caused his mental faculties to collapse. Illusion. Although Bai Xiaosheng was frivolous, he was after all an expert that had gone through countless battles. Right before he lost his mind completely, he managed to regain a little clarity and bit his lips viciously, causing it to bleed, and the pain shaking his head clear, pulling himself out of the illusion with great difficulty. The moment he managed to extract himself out from the illusion, he discovered his neck was already held in the vice-like grip of Zhong's right hand. While Bai Xiaosheng's body was slightly tougher than ordinary people, as long as Zhong squeezed a little harder, Bai Xiaosheng's neck would be crushed. Zhong's eyes were like ice-cold daggers without a hint of warmth, as though he wanted to pierce Bai Xiaosheng's heart as he said, "I don't like that tone and the kind of jokes you're making. If there's a next time, Bai Xiaosheng, don't blame me for being harsh." Bai Xiaosheng felt like he was being stared at by a beast filled with killing intent, and he replied with difficulty, "Yes, I understand." Zhong's spirit was reaching 165 points, and with a spirit of more than 16 times that of a normal person, activating the art of fear on Bai Xiaosheng, whose spirit was much weaker, took only 1 to 2 seconds. In a battle between experts, this 1 or 2 seconds could easily determine the victor. Zhong then released his grip as he let go of Bai Xiaosheng's neck before patting him on the shoulder and said indifferently, "Great work nonetheless. Since you like women, as long as you have the capability, there are plenty of beauties in this world. However, I do not wish to see you impeding my plans because of your lust. If it's like that, I'd rather send you to hell myself." Bai Xiaosheng's neck immediately broke out in cold sweat as he replied in an extremely honest and docile manner, "I got it." As an evolver, Bai Xiaosheng possessed unparalleled combat power. He was full of himself as well, and disdained normal humans. He even looked down on Ming. That was why for the majority of the time, he was involved more with women than assisting Ming. Ming needed Bai Xiaosheng's power, and hence could only tolerate his idiosyncrasies. However, he never expected that Bai Xiaosheng would be so unreliable at the moment of crisis, and cause Tianxin District to fall into someone else's hands. At first, Bai Xiaosheng could not care less that Tianxin District had switched leaders. He believed that with his power, even if the master had changed, they would not be able to do without him, and hence he had not the slightest ounce of respect for Zhong. However, now in just a single exchange, he had discovered the true might of this new leader, and he knew that if he did not get his act together, this new leader would easily cut off his head to be treated like a soccer ball. Zhang Mingyi saw Zhong settling the issue of Bai Xiaosheng in one move, and his heart was filled with shock and awe. Leader truly is unfathomable. He's too strong. Holy shit, even Bai Xiaosheng could not last more than a move. Leader truly is too fearsome. Seeing the proud and obstinate Bai Xiaosheng yielding to Zhong, those who had followed Zhong out of Tianxin District were filled with shock. They knew Zhong was strong, but to what extent, they weren't sure. Seeing the top expert of Tianxin District being defeated at Zhong's hands, They had finally understood just a little of what Zhong was truly capable of. Zhong then came to the three captives and interrogated, "Who are you people?" "Hey!" One of the captives looked at him with hatred as he spat out. With a pung, Zhong fired a shot from a stinger that he pulled out. The captive's brain was blasted apart like a watermelon, and the red and white matter splattered onto the floor as the headless corpse slumped to the ground lifelessly. Seeing how ruthless Zhong was, Bai Shaoxing shuddered and celebrated that he had not pushed this death god too far. Otherwise, his own brains might have been already blasted. "Who are you people?" Zhong aimed at the second captive, his eyes cold as he drawled. I'll speak. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." The captive was frightened to the point that he wet his pants as he cried out and begged before answering Zhong's question. "I'm Ling Xue, a disciple of the Heaven Sect. This time, we are out here on orders from Zhong Qiu, also known as Altar Lord Zhong, to capture these seedlings to be sacrificed to the sect leader." The other captive immediately burst out and cursed Ling Xue. "Ling Xue, you traitor! You dare to betray the sect. You will not get away with it. I curse you to all 18 levels of hell, never to be reincarnated." Zhong furrowed his brows as he glanced at the other stubborn captive and handed a Tang replica sword to Ling Xue. "Chop his head off. You can live after that. Go to die." Ling Xue received the Tang replica sword and struggled for a while before coming to a decision. Swinging the blade, he bellowed out as he sliced his comrade's head off. He then kneeled in front of Zhong and proclaimed, "Ling Xue is willing to work for this master, and plead that master accepts this lowly one." Zhong eyed Ling Xue and immediately gave a command. "I'm Zhong. From today onwards, you're part of my group. Tell me everything you know about the Heaven Sect." "Yes, Boss Zhong." Ling Xue gritted his teeth before revealing all that he knew to Zhong and was thorough with it. Heaven Sect was founded by an expert called Linghu Xiangru. Ling Xue was unclear on his background, but knew that Linghu Xiangru possessed three strange abilities: a Buddha light on his back, invulnerability, as well as incantations. With those three abilities, Linghu Xiangru had taken the teachings from Christianity, Buddhism, and Taoism to found his own Heaven Sect and proclaimed himself to be the sect leader. He called himself the Apostle of God and was sent here to walk amongst mortals and to save them. Those who believed in him would enter the kingdom of God and have an immortal soul after death. As for his enemies, they would be banished to the 18 levels of hell and would never reincarnate. In such a world, this sort of religious influence had a huge attraction on those who had lost their faith. The moment the Heaven Sect was formed, it attracted many followers from all over the place, and it became in existence with over 8,000 followers. The scary thing was that out of these 8,000 followers, 3,000 of them were true fanatics and were willing to do anything for the sect leader to the point of throwing their own lives for him. In the post-apocalyptic world, the power of faith can be a fearsome strength indeed. Especially at the start of the apocalypse, there was the voice that claimed to be God, which proved the existence of God. This led to people with reasoning to lose their sense of rationality and join the Heaven Sect. Of the 19 people that came to capture the people from the other faction, 13 of them were fanatics. Ling Xue were one of the few that maintained his clarity. Although he knew that this Heaven Sect was unorthodox, for the sake of living, he continued to put on a farce of being a follower and did their jobs for them. Ling Xue's eyes flashed with dread as he continued. Other than the sect leader Linghu Xiangru, who has unfathomable strength, there are 8 great elders, 72 law protectors, and 108 altar lords. Every one of them are high-level enhancers and have great strength as well. Zhong asked, "What kind of weapons does the Heaven Sect have? Heavy weaponry?" Ling Xue pondered for a while, then replied, "There aren't many guns in the Heaven Sect, only about 200 to 300 old rifles. As for heavy weaponry, I have not seen any. There shouldn't be any." Zhong nodded slightly, then turned towards another middle-aged man that was brought to him as he asked, "What about you people?" "I'm Wuxianshi, the head of the Nine Holes camp. These people have been under my protection. Those bastards had attacked us with no forewarning and stole our rations, as well as kidnapping the women and kids. Those bastards." Wu Shanshi looked at Lu Ning Shui, his eyes filled with hatred as he shouted out. Chapter 375, Grain Tree? Chapter 375, Grain Tree? Book 3, The South. "You may go." After Zhong heard what Wu Shanshi had to say, he pondered a while before giving the signal to his subordinates aiming at the Nine Holes people, who then put their guns down. The women and children were also released to rejoin their families. Bai Shaoxing walked over in a relaxed manner and asked Zhong while laughing, "Leader, how about we go and decimate the Heaven Sect? Since they have over 8,000 members, there must be at least a dozen of beauties, right? The most beautiful ones will naturally belong to leader. As for the rest that don't suit your taste, I'll gladly take them off your hands." Bai Shaoxing was naturally strong, but had zero governing abilities and only seeked to fulfill his desires. This was how Bei Mingying had easily recruited him into his ranks and became his top fighter. Even now that the leaders have changed, a leopard can't change its spot, and he still lusted after women. Zhong replied indifferently, "No, the Heaven Sect has 8,000 members after all. If we want to eradicate them, we would need to spend a huge amount of time. We don't have that kind of time to waste. Shangluan, adjust our route." The Heaven Sect was also nothing in Zhong's eyes. Without any heavy weapons, Zhong estimated that 5 tanks and a fully equipped infantry battalion would be enough to wipe them out. If it wasn't for the uncertain weather, as well as the difficult progress for the troops, Zhong would have deployed some people to wipe out this unorthodox sect. Shangluan replied, "Yes, leader." The soldiers from the fleet then disembarked and gathered the weapons and resources from the corpses of the Heaven Sect members and made preparations to leave. When Wu Shanshi saw this, his face fell and looked at Zhong before he came before him and dropped to his knees. He started begging, "Sir, I beg you, please save my tribesmen. I'm kneeling and begging, please. Those animals took our people and will engage in blood sacrifice. We have lost over 30 people to them. If you don't go and save them, they will definitely die at the hands of those bastards." Zhong replied apathetically, "I'm very sorry. I don't have the time to spare. Since those animals have kidnapped your people, you guys should go save them yourselves." Zhong only had the objective of rushing towards Guilin City on his mind now, and did not want to entangle with the Heaven Sect. In this post-apocalyptic world, there were poor souls everywhere. If Zhong were to help each and every one of them seek justice, even till the day he died, he would not be able to solve every single problem. Furthermore, he had no relations with this Wu Shanshi. He wasn't willing to waste time for a stranger. Wu Shanshi gritted his teeth. If someone of his caliber were to head to Heaven's Sect, he would fall before saving anybody. Only the young man in front of him had the capability to rescue his tribesmen, but he was obviously not interested. Wu Shanshi continued in a low voice, "Sir, if you can bring your men to save my people, we're willing to do anything for you. We're willing to offer you a tribe treasure, the Grain Tree." Zhong's eyes narrowed and asked directly, "Grain Tree? What's that?" Wu Shanshi then revealed the biggest secret of the Nine Holes camp. Grain Tree. It is a huge tree that can produce grain. There are a few such trees in our Nine Holes camp. Each tree could produce a few hundred gen of rice. The people of our tribe have been relying on these to survive till now. In this post-apocalyptic world, rice was indefinitely more valuable than gold. Most of the seeds of the pre-apocalyptic world had no way of germinating currently. Only a handful of mutated seeds had managed to grow. Because of this, the agriculture industry crashed entirely, and there were no new ways of farming yet. If what Wu Shanshi said was true, then the dozens of grain trees at the Nine Holes camp could become the cornerstone of the farming industry. If it were really the case, the dozens of trees would be more valuable than a few thousand tons of rations. Zhong's gaze was piercing, as he became a little excited and asked, "Is what you said for real? If it's true, I can deploy troops to save your people. However, if you're lying, you and your tribesmen will have to pay a painful price. If Zhong managed to obtain that grain tree, then he could begin mass planting of such trees, and he would solve the problem of rations." Wu Shanshi nodded profusely and swore, "It definitely is the truth. Should there be the slightest lie in my words, you can shoot me dead." Yu Zhong eyed Wu Shanshi, and the corners of his mouth lifted. "Fine. Go bring Ning Shui over." Mahogany Town was a small rural town, and within the town, other than a shopping mall, there are no other tall buildings. In a room within Mahogany Town, there was a man dressed in a few layers of clothes, while his face was flushed red from the cold, and he was carrying a huge axe on his back. He cursed out, "Making me work in this damned weather. Fucking troublesome." Another young man who was dressed similarly and had decent features replied, "Zhao Lin, suffering is a blessing. Since we can slog for the Heaven Sect, when we get to the Kingdom of God, we get to enjoy 3 times the blessings. This was promised by the Altar Lord Zhong, after all. You must cherish it." Yes, I got it." Zhao Lin agreed on the surface, but innately he was cursing. This idiot still calls himself a university student. Must have damaged his brains through his studies to be brainwashed so completely. What a fool. Zhao Lin then turned to another guy lying in bed, wrapped in blankets, as he asked, "Old Wang, didn't Li Sheng, Zhou Su, and the rest catch a bunch of pigs asterisk? Amongst the group of them, there are some good-looking ones. Want to go and play with them?" Asterisk, referring to the captives. Old Wang shook his head. "The good-looking chicks are to be offered to the altar lords, law protectors, great elders, and the sect leader. If we were to fool around, we might get banished to hell." Zhao Lin urged, "I know, but other than those extremely pretty ones, the rest should be fine. Let's go find a few young ones to have fun with. Even if the upper guys know, they won't say much." Old Wang was tempted when he heard this. In such cold weather, hugging a young woman's body to warm oneself was a sort of bliss, and while he didn't dare touch those picked out by the top, the rest were in fact no problem. The young man frowned and barked out sternly, "What are you guys thinking of? Those are pigs, demons. If you were to yoke with them, you'll be tainted. In the end, you'll go to hell." Zhao Lin and Old Wang exchanged a glance, and both felt that the fanatic in front of them was beyond hope. "Zhao Lin, open the door." At this time, a voice resounded from the entrance of the town. Zhao Lin looked out the window and saw Ning Shui bringing a bunch of people to the entrance of the town. Hot damn, such quality goods. Zhao Lin saw Ning Yusin standing beside Ning Shui and was instantly captivated. He had only seen beautiful women like this twice. Zhao Lin hurried to let the group in and stared hungrily at Ning Yusin while saying, "Old Lu, how'd you get such top-quality goods? You have struck it rich this time. If you offer her to the sect leader, he would probably be so happy and confer you the title of an altar lord." The fanatic Su Heng came over, speaking in a righteous manner. "Zhao Lin, don't smear the sect leader. My heaven sect is upright and moral, and test one's faith and contributions. We don't operate on desires and lust. If you continue to smear the sect leader, take care that I will go report this to Altar Lord Zhong." After lecturing Zhao Lin, he looked towards Ning Shui, who had come back alone with Yu Zhong by Xiao Sheng, Shanglun, Ming Jejia, and Ning Yusin in tow, and could not help but ask a question out of suspicion. "Ning Shui, how come it's only you? Where's Zhong Yu and the rest? Who are these guys?" Ning Shui's face turned stony and scolded back. "Su Heng, who the hell do you think you are? On what grounds are you questioning this, Daddy? When I fought the war in the south and battled in the north, you were still not part of Heaven's Sect yet. I'm a high-ranking disciple, while you're just an apprentice-level disciple. Your offense this time. Do you want to be banished to hell?" Su Heng bit his lip and lowered his head to apologize. "I'm sorry." Ning Shui coughed before resuming a proud look. "I was separated from Zhong Yu and the rest. I caught these pigs when I was wandering." Bring me to Li Sheng and the rest." "Yes," Su Heng replied, and brought them towards the center of the town. Along the way, Ming Jie grabbed Yu Zhong's hands, revealing the locations of the various soldiers hidden within the town. Yu Zhong had already obtained intelligence from Luning Shui, and this town was just a sentry outpost. It had over 300 disciples, and most of the members would use it as a base before heading out in all directions to attack and bring the captives there. There were a few scattered tribes around this area, and the disciples would specially head out to catch these tribes. Along the way, with Ming Jie's directions, Yu Zhong had already grasped the positions of the various sentries. The moment he lashed out, he was confident of taking them out. With Su Heng's guidance, Yu Zhong and the rest came to a French-style villa. In the great hall of the villa, there were 24 males lounging about, every single one of them with a ferocious air. They had various weapons by their sides, including loaded rifles, Tang replica swords, and various other weapons strewn about. To an unobservant person, these men all appeared to be relaxed and lazy. The key point, though, was that they were all right within arm's reach. Chapter 376, Arrival of the Grand Elder. Chapter 376, Arrival of the Grand Elder. Book 3, The South. The 24 men were currently either playing poker or smoking cigarettes or drinking. Every one of them were relaxing in their own way. At a corner, 4 of them were pressed on top of 6 women, engaging in an orgy. The entire villa looked foul. These 24 disciples were considered high-ranking disciples, every one of them having fought many battles for Heaven's Sect. One of them, who sported an ugly beard, disheveled hair, and golden teeth, looked at Luning Shui and chucked leeringly. "Luning Shui, your luck's not bad. You actually gotten your hands on such amazing chicks. When you strike it big, don't forget us brothers." One of the males glanced at Ning Yusin and Ming Jie as a steely gleam flashed in his eyes. "Not bad. An adult and a kid, both top-notch. This time, Sect leader is bound to reward you." Another disciple looked at Yu Zhong and the rest beside Luning Shui and frowned before scolding. "Luning Shui, how can you not know the rules? Forget about the women. Why didn't you bring those 3 pigs to the holding pen, instead coming here?" Yu Zhong looked around at the 24 high-ranking disciples and ordered out coldly, "Leave 5 alive, kill the rest." Upon receiving Yu Zhong's orders, Shang Luan immediately grabbed the throat of the fanatic Su Heng in a vice grip and crushed down viciously, destroying his throat. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes flashed icily and pulled out a dark magic blade as he shot forwards into the crowd, waving his blade flashily, and 5 people were instantly beheaded. In just a second, he had taken care of 5 high-ranking disciples. Ming Jie had also activated her ability at the first instant, and 5 shadow wolves leapt from the shadows of 5 other guys, biting them on the neck and killing them instantly. Shang Luan shot forwards like an arrow, breaking into the crowd. He was extremely knowledgeable about the human anatomy and chopped down accurately and precisely at specific spots of the disciples, like the back of the brain or neck, causing them to faint instantly. Bai Xiaoxing, on the other hand, was a killing demon. He laughed maniacally as he slaughtered the disciples in a frenzy. Those poor sods didn't even have the time to pick up any weapons before they were totally annihilated. Barely 5 seconds had passed, and within the huge hall of the villa, only Yu Zhong's team, as well as the captives required by Yu Zhong, remained. The 6 women who were being ravaged were left alive as well. After wiping out all the disciples, Bai Xiaoxing looked at the 6 ladies and chuckled coldly. "Ladies, don't scream. Otherwise, no matter how much I love women, I'd have no choice but to lop your heads off." Hearing the threats from Bai Xiaoxing, the 6 women all nodded in fright as they covered their own mouths, not daring to make a sound. "It's too scary." Ning Yusin took a look at the hall that was now dyed red with blood and littered with body parts, as she turned pale and almost vomited. Although she had witnessed her fair share of executions, none came close to the sheer brutality and scale of the scene before her. The bloody place caused her to be revolted. Yu Zhong glanced at Ning Yusin and muttered, This is the reality of the world outside. The victors are kings, and the losers are bandits. Since you have left the comfort of that place, you do well to accept the cruelty of the situation. Most ordinary girls were after all good at heart, and were generally weaker than men, and hence weren't suitable for battles on the forefront. That was not to say that all women were like that. As within Zhong's army, there were numerous female soldiers, and they were the survivors he rescued from the hands of the Vietnamese. Those female soldiers had undergone all sorts of torment and were filled with hatred. They were not any weaker than the men during training, and when they fought, they had a ferocity like that of wild tigers. They could be considered a powerful weapon of Zhong. Ning Yusin's face was still pale as she took a look at Ming Jia, who was calm and collected, as she said with resolution, "I know. I will definitely brave this." Ning Shui looked at the carnage that had just occurred in a matter of 5 seconds, and his heart turned cold, too overbearing. Zhong then ordered by Xiaoshen, "Go kill the rest of the enemies within this villa." In the villa, with its inconsistent interior, the varied terrain was extremely beneficial to Bai Xiaosheng with his insane speed. He could unleash it to a frightening degree and slaughter his enemies easily. Bai Xiaosheng charged further in as he shouted back, "Yes, leader, remember to gift me with a few more beauties later on." Zhong stared at one of the captives that had been awakened by dumping cold water. "Where are you keeping the survivors you've caught?" The captive spat out obstinately, "Fuck your mother." Zhong glanced at Ning Shui and coldly commanded, "Chop his head off." Ning Shui did not hesitate one bit as he swung his Tang replica sword at the neck of his ex-comrade, directly decapitating him. Fresh blood spurted towards the skies as the lifeless head rolled over to another disc bowl. Seeing his comrade's head, the disciple immediately trembled as he retreated, his eyes filled with intense fear. The other 3 disciples also could not help but tremble. Zhong then chose another disciple and asked simply, "Where are you keeping the survivors you've caught?" The disciple trembled as he retorted stubbornly, "You devil, you'll definitely go to hell." Zhong could not be bothered to hear the rest as he waved his hands, and Ning Shui proceeded to cut off that disciple's head as well. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Zhong moved on to the 3rd captive. "Where are you keeping the survivors?" I'll say it. They're kept in the basement under this villa." The captive immediately broke down as he cried out while revealing the location. Zhong threw a Tang replica sword to him as he coldly barked, "Consider yourself smart. Go kill the other 2. I'll let you leave." The captive looked at the Tang replica sword as he struggled internally for some time, before swinging it at his fellow disciple, and chopped his head off. This swing also signified his severing of his ties with the Heaven Sect. The last disciple's eyes widened in shock as he screamed, "Don't kill me. I surrender. I'll tell you anything. Great Elder Nyo has arrived. The disciples in Mahogany Town. Come out to pay your respects." All of a sudden, there was a resounding voice that came from outside of the town. Hearing that voice, Ning Shui's expression changed as he started muttering while looking lost, "Great Elder Nyo. Shit, why'd he come here? Why now of all times?" The disciple that betrayed the Heaven Sect turned pale as he also moaned, No. Great Elder Nyo has come. I'm dead this time." The captive, who was originally screaming to surrender, immediately became excited. "Ha! Bunch of traitors. You're still not releasing me. Let me go now and offer up those 2 women. I could still input some good words for you in front of Elder Nyo. Otherwise, all of you will be buried here." "You talk too much." Ming Jiajia's face turned rigid with a thought. A shadow wolf leapt out from behind the captive and bit him on his neck, crushing it in one bite. Zhong looked at Ning Shui and asked, "What's the background of this Elder Nyo? Why were you so scared?" Ning Shui replied palely, "His real name is called Nyo Xinghe. His power in Heaven Sect amongst the 8 great elders ranks number 2. Under him, there are 6 law protectors and 13 altar lords. At the same time, He has a personal troop of 300 people. He's fierce and cruel. Any enemy that is caught by him would usually be tormented endlessly. The rumors are that he has tortured over 400 people to death. Zhong frowned slightly. 300 personal guards. So excessive. 300 personal troopers were not a small number. Furthermore, Zhong did not know the true strength of their combat abilities. If they happened to be all experts, Zhong would have to treat the issue seriously. Ning continued with a face of fright. What do we do, leader? Shall we just escape first? Ning was extremely afraid of landing in Xinghe's hands. At that time, traitors like him would definitely face a fate worse than death. Zhong replied solemnly, "What are you afraid of? There's me. Star." Ning immediately quieted down. However, the look in his eyes betrayed his fear and unrest. At this time, Xiaoxing brought out 100 or so survivors out from the villa. As he spoke to Zhong excitedly, "Leader, I found them. This time, there are a few good-looking ones. Gift a few to me, eh?" Zhong glanced over at the survivors and counted about 60-plus women, 40-plus men. Amongst the ladies, there were indeed a few beautiful ones. Amongst them, there was a young girl of about 16 to 17, with fair, beautiful skin, an oval-shaped face with cherry lips. Her features were defined and her body proportions stunning. Her eyes seemed like they could tell stories, while she looked fearful like the rest of them and looked about anxiously. This young tribe girl was definitely not below Ning in terms of looks and her aura, and was also a rare beauty. Zhong ordered, "Get ready for battle. Shanglun, give out weapons to the men. Let them prepare for the fight to come as well." Bai Xiaoxing's pupils shrunk as he asked, "Are the enemies here?" "Yes." "Bai Xiaoxing, come with me and let's check out the enemy." "Shanglun, I'll leave things here to you and White Bones." Zhong replied mildly. With a bright flash in midair, White Bones stepped out from the nether space and stood in the Great Hall. Chapter 377, Song Miaoyi. Chapter 377, Song Miaoyi. Book 3, The South. Elder Nyo's skills are unparalleled. He's undefeatable. Long live great Elder Nyo. Elder Nyo's skills are unparalleled. He's undefeatable. Long live great Elder Nyo. Following the loud chants, on the sides of the road that had not completely thawed from the snow, there were 2 rows of people kneeling while chanting. A middle-aged man with a ferocious look and a burly build sat in an ancient Chinese sedan asterisk, and he was wrapped in thick clothes. Under his arms, there were 2 lithe young women. Under the Chinese sedan, there were 4 extremely well-built and good-looking women hoisting it. They were obviously enhancers from their strength. Surrounding the sedan, there were 300 men dressed in blue. After the apocalypse, there weren't any clothes factories. Xinghe could only find a storehouse and took their uniforms as the military uniform for his troops. These 300 men wearing the same clothes looked pretty intimidating, if it wasn't for the fact that they had the words XX Aluminium behind them. The man seated amidst all this glory and fanfare was obviously one of the great elders of the Heaven Sect, Xinghe. Bai Xiaoxing and Zhong were currently hiding in a corner, and Bai Xiaoxing looked at the pompous manner which Xinghe made his entrance, and could not help but muttered, "Wah, it seems like a clown had appeared. Doesn't he feel the least bit embarrassed? Shame? I think he's reveling in it. This is the so-called sect." Zhong looked at the ridiculous manner in which Xinghe had appeared in, and could not help but think of the scenes where children had ditched classes in the past to watch the welcoming ceremonies of certain leaders, as the roads were cleared by the police. Such a fanfare was obviously a poor attempt at trying to imitate the welcoming of leaders in the past. Zhong's pupils shrunk as he threw all thoughts behind his mind, as he stared hard at Xinghe seated upon the sedan. The moment he killed this clown, the entire troop would be without a leader, and it would be easier to take them out. Ming furrowed her eyebrows as she brought her lips close to Zhong's ears and whispered, Someone's coming. Seems like the number of them is not small. Yu Zhong's heart skipped a beat and decided to stay his hand. Just as Xinghe's entourage passed by a small alley, all of a sudden, rifles pointed out from the various houses along the alley as they fired wildly at the troops. Under that dense barrage of bullets, 30 over members of Xinghe's personal guards fell to the ground. Assassin! There's an assassin! One of the law protectors hollered out as he raised his own gun and fired back at one of the houses. Following the sounds of 2 gunshots, the firing from within the house ceased almost instantly. The law protector had the firearms control ability and had enhanced it to level 3. Within a distance of 300 m, he had the utmost confidence of firing a headshot at even an S2. After hearing the gunshot, those Heaven Sect members who were kneeling by the roadside immediately stood up and charged towards the sounds of gunfire. Xinghe remained seated in his sedan, looking towards the direction of the attempt on his life. In front of him, there was a law protector, and he had activated an air barrier, stopping every single bullet aimed at Xinghe. Xinghe, scum of humanity, today I shall rain judgment upon you on behalf of the heavens, and take your life. Answer to the innocent you have murdered. At this time, following a sharp cry, a beautiful lady appeared. She had her hair in a single ponytail, her hands wearing silver bangles, and she was dressed in a gorgeous pleated skirt. She was holding a black spear as she charged at Xinghe. Xinghe had a grim look as he casually picked up a 2M, long, huge axe and laughed savagely as he jumped down from the sedan. It really is you, Miaoyi. There are paths of life to choose from, yet you insist on the road of death. You've killed so many of my brothers. I'll capture you alive today and get every single one of my men to beat you up. We will then raise you as a bitch, so much so that you will not lead your life as a human, but as a dog. You'll become a bitch that allows 1,000 to ride and 10,000 to sleep with. Miaoyi floated out from the smoke like a fairy as she struck out with her spear without losing a beat. The spear strike did not seem fast, but in fact it was lightning quick and had some profoundness to it. Just when the law protector wanted to activate his air barrier skill to defend against the strike, it had already penetrated his heart. Miaoyi swung upwards, and the corpse of the Heaven Sect law protector flew, crashing into a wall. Kill her! Kill her! The heavens are with us. We're undefeatable. The heavens are with us. We're undefeatable. The personal guards of Xinghe hollered out as they brandished their blades, charging towards Miaoyi in a frenzy. Every single one of them was an enhancer, and while the majority were only about level 5 or 6, under the brainwashing of the Heaven Sect, they believed themselves to be invincible and were truly fearless. From the various windows, the insurgents fired their rifles, killing the personal guards of Xinghe. However, the 13 altar lords under Xinghe brought their men and routed to the back of the assassins, firing nonstop at them. The 13 altar lords were enhancers above level 20 and level 30. At the same time, they had the advantage of numbers. As they progressed steadily, they managed to get back the houses one by one, and the flow of the battle was slowly turning against the assassins. Miaoyi danced about with her peerless and exquisite spear skills, single-handedly decimating numerous members of Xinghe's personal guards. Many of the personal guards were being slaughtered by Miaoyi, but these warriors were not afraid of death, and their eyes had a fervor to them as they charged at her, every strike of theirs with the intent to exchange their own lives for hers. There were more than 200 people surrounding her from all sides in a craze, and she was forced to expend all her power, constantly wearing down her stamina. She displayed her spear skills without stop, tried her best to kill as many of the soldiers as possible. The heavens are with us. We're undefeatable. One of the personal guards' eyes flashed with an intense fervor as he charged towards Miaoyi. However, just as his chant ended, he found his heart pierced. The heavens are with us. We're undefeatable. Before that soldier even fell to the ground, the next personal guard came from behind, charging at Song Miaoyi with the same look in his eyes. This Heaven Sect disciples are too scary. Song Miaoyi's spear moves were indeed amazing, and there were 47 Heaven Sect disciples who had fallen under her spear, but she had been forced to exert over half her stamina. The disciples, on the other hand, did not seem to lose their aggression, and this caused her heart to palpitate in fear. Song Miaoyi had peerless spear skills, and she had intended to use her skills to take care of Xinghe quickly, before taking her tribesmen to hunt the disciples who would be without a leader. However, she didn't expect that she would be harassed and surrounded to this extent, while Xinghe himself was sitting quietly and enjoying the show, not displaying the intent to fight personally. Zhong observed all these and ordered, "By Xiaosheng, rout behind them. Take care of those attacking the assassins from behind. Ensure your safety above all else." "Yes, leader." By Xiaosheng flashed forwards, and in that small alley, he disappeared like a specter. Borrowing the varied elements of a street battle, an agility-based evolver like him would be able to exhibit a truly fearsome combat strength. In a matter of a few seconds, Bai Xiaosheng had already routed behind the Heaven Sect. Behind the disciples of the Heaven Sect, there was a sudden flash of green light, and 7 disciples standing together found their hearts pierced within a second. Their eyes shone with a fading light of disbelief, as their bodies lost strength rapidly and fell to the ground. Before even hitting the ground, the last scene they saw was their fellow disciples being stabbed in their hearts, noiselessly by a shadow. Bai Xiaosheng was indeed a perverted man, but after being subdued by Zhong, he truly fought hard. His combat abilities were shocking, and as long as he exerted his maximum speed, he was like a ghost, killing 21 disciples of the Heaven Sect in a matter of about 5 seconds. He was like a terrifying hunter, noiselessly stalking and hunting his prey, and the 13 altar lords in front were focusing their attention on the battlefield, not noticing that he had already decimated a number of their disciples. An altar lord bringing up the rear brought 6 other soldiers and guarded the rear. Out of the blue, a spear suddenly pierced the heart of the altar lord, and his eyes flashed with shock before losing their light. A specter-like figure flashed past, and before the soldiers beside the altar lord had the chance to react, they were killed in a similar fashion. The fact that an agility-based evolver assassin had appeared was devastating. The altar lord was a level 32 enhancer, and he had not the chance to display any of his strength before he was picked off just like that. "Wu Yang, bring your men over." Right at this time, the walkie-talkie resounded beside the altar lord. Bai Xiaosheng eyed the walkie-talkie as he muttered, "Seems like we can't keep this under wraps for long. I've already killed over 68 people. Let's kill a few more before they notice something amiss." Bai Xiaosheng eyed a target at a distance and rushed over. A clean-shaven man, with a knife scar running down his lips, said solemnly, "Seems like Wu Yang had been killed. There's an enemy behind us. It must be some top expert, and Wu Yang definitely must have been assassinated." The well-built man with the scar was the leader of the 13 altar lords under Xinghe, and his name was Zhong. He was a level 38 enhancer, and his strength was truly overbearing. It was not below even some of the law protectors. However, there are many things that are not obtained just through power alone. Zhong ordered out, "Notify Song Mingtao, Wu Wan, and the rest to be careful of their back, and get their troops to be on guard. We will continue our assault on these few buildings here. The enemy should be a few in number. As long as we take care of those inside these buildings, we can focus our power to take the rest of them out." "Yes," one of the soldiers replied. Very quickly, 5 altar lords mobilized about 42 disciples as they concentrated themselves in a circle and began defending themselves. With the abilities of those 5 altar lords, as well as the defense of those 42 Heaven Sect disciples, they were like a porcupine, causing Bai Xiaosheng to be helpless. Bai Xiaosheng had confidence that against a single altar lord, he would be able to take him out in a single strike. However, with 5 of them staying together, coupled with their strange abilities, adding on to the fact that they were protected by 42 crazed disciples. It truly caused him to have a headache. Unless Bai Shaosheng was willing to take the risk and fight it out with that entire troop by throwing his life away, he would be hard-pressed to defeat all 47 of them. No, if I don't leave now, I'll truly be forced to stay. Song Miaoyi had killed the 72nd soldier of the personal guards, and her breathing had already become erratic, her back drenched with perspiration, and the blood on her body was coagulating. She found her black spear becoming heavier and heavier, and could not brandish it as effectively as at the start of the battle. Song Miaoyi continued to execute a few more moves and killed another 3 more personal guards before she tensed her feet and leapt towards the skies, jumping towards a bungalow. One of the altar lords with a crooked mouth, standing beside Xinghe, chuckled coldly. You want to leave? It's too late. When Song Miaoyi was in midair, she suddenly discovered a number of translucent lines blocking her way, and her expression changed as she struck out wildly with her spear, intending to break the obstruction apart. Surround her. The altar lord laughed out coldly and closed his fist, and the translucent fishing lines started wrapping around Song Miaoyi at an astonishing speed. Song Miaoyi lashed out with her spear moves crazily, but she was in mid-air and could not exhibit her full force, and she only broke through 20 of the lines before being bounded by the rest. She was instantly tied up and pulled down roughly from the skies as she rolled to Xinghe's feet. Xinghe looked at Song Miaoyi with an expression of glee as he barked out, "Bitch, now you know the gap between us. I haven't even made a move, and you have already lost, bitch. Just based on your power, and you want to go against the Heaven Sect? You sure don't know your limits." Song Miaoyi gritted her teeth and cursed out. Xinghe, what are you? You're just a beast. Your Heaven Sect is full of sickos and perverts. If you have the guts, kill me now. As long as I'm still breathing, I will definitely not let any of you bastards go free. Xinghe looked at her as his eyes flashed with a cruel and vicious light, and he roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, I won't kill you. After I'm done playing with you, I will tear off your clothes and throw you into town and let every single man come and ravage you. After that, I'll rear you like a dog. I want to see if you're the beast or I'm the beast. Chapter 378, Rescue. Chapter 378, Rescue. Book 3, The South. The breathing of the more than 100 disciples of Heaven Sect started to become ragged as they stared at Song Miaoyi tied up with beast-like gazes, their eyes glinting with a dangerous gaze. They had not toyed with such a beauty before. Xinghe was sadistic by nature. However, he treated his subordinates extremely well. For the women that he had toyed with, other than a select few, the rest would be passed to his subordinates to have their turn, and it was a way of winning their support as well. Hearing the words from Xinghe, and feeling the lustful gaze from every single Heaven Sect disciple around her, a tinge of fear finally surfaced in her heart. She was not fearful of death, but she was definitely dreading the fate that was worse than death. She could feel the countless hungry looks on her, stripping her naked in their minds, and it made her skin crawl. Song Miaoyi's eyes flashed with an obstinate look as she stared at Xinghe. Even till the day I die, I would never submit to you. Xinghe revealed a sardonic smile as he threatened, "Bitch, if you're looking for death, I'll kill your entire tribe. I've caught a total of 76 people from your tribe. If you die, I will bring every single one of them in front of your corpse and chop their heads off and inform them that their deaths were because of you. If you die, your uncles and your brother will go to hell together with you. Only by becoming our bitch can they stay alive." Hearing those threatening words, Song Miaoyi's eyes finally betrayed a look of fear. Amidst the 76 captives, there was her brother, and she could not bring herself to be stubborn anymore, and her resolve was starting to crumble down. Xinghe waved his hands, and immediately the clothes on his upper body were torn off, as he revealed a cruel grin and walked slowly towards Song Miaoyi. "Ha ha! I shall have a turn with you. Time to experience how a spear which tastes like. Huh, elder, don't kill her accidentally. Let's have our fun first before she dies. Yeah, elder, don't destroy her. Everyone wants to toy with this spear witch. The various law protectors called out, their gazes fixed on Song Miaoyi's body, as though they couldn't wait to gobble her up. Don't get any closer. Don't come closer. Seeing Xinghe approaching her, Song Miaoyi finally started to show some fear, and she started to struggle, trying to twist her way backwards. However, regardless of how much she tried, it didn't change a thing. Her futile attempts only served to push Xinghe's sadistic urges up a notch. Ha! Xinghe watched the voluptuous and beautiful Song Miaoyi struggling helplessly in front of him and felt extremely excited. He had never messed around before with a peerless beauty such as her. The ethereal beauty coupled with her strength of personality and stubborn character, to him, made her the perfect specimen to subdue and conquer. Seeing Xinghe approaching closer, a desolate look appeared in Song Miaoyi's eyes, as she could not help but wail in her heart. Will someone save me? Just as Xinghe was about to make a grab for her, he had a sudden change of expression and retreated hastily, leaping back a few meters. At that moment, a gunshot rang out shrilly, and a disciple standing beside Xinghe's earlier position had his body blasted by a stinger shot, leaving his mangled body to fall lifelessly to the ground. At the same time when the shot was fired, 4 shadow wolves pounced out from behind 4 of the law protectors, opening their jaws wide and snapping down on their necks viciously. Of the 4, 2 had not enough time to react and were instantly killed by that sudden strike. The other 2 had more experience and caution. One of them had pulled out 6 daggers the instant he felt the shadow wolf and shredded it to pieces. The other grabbed the shadow wolf and pulled with all his might, tearing the body in 2, as the wolf turned into wisps of smoke and disappeared. As that gunshot did not kill Xinghe, Zhong pulled out the PF-98 and aimed coldly. He then started firing into the crowd of the disciples. The heavens protect us. Before a disciple finished his chant, the 12.7mm bullet exploded in his face, causing his brains to be blasted apart. The heavens protect us. We're undefeatable. Another disciple roared out as he charged at Zhong, before the heavy ammunition hit his waist, tearing his body in 2, while blood and his innards splattered on the ground. He did not die immediately, instead shrieking in agony as he rolled on the ground. The power of the bullet was terrifying. Whoever was hit by the bullet would be blasted into smithereens. When faced with the might of the heavy ammunition, they were like pigs and dogs awaiting slaughter. As their limbs were blasted apart, they became part of the heavy casualties. When witnessing that scene of carnage and their comrades that died a horrible death, many of the disciples finally lost their nerve. With the exception of 30-something fanatics, the rest quivered and ducked for cover. Zhong pulled out a walkie-talkie and ordered, "Storm the front. Annihilate all enemies that obstruct us." Zhong Ming was currently poised to strike outside the town, and he relayed the order. "The leader has given the command. Attack. Annihilate anyone who obstructs us." With an IFE leading, the vehicle fleet carrying the fully equipped experts charged into Mahogany Town. Within the town, as the law protector was disrupted from his ability, Song Miaoyi shook free from the loosened lines and nimbly got to her feet. She grabbed the spear on the ground, taking a look at Zhong, before immediately chasing after the 2 law protectors. Song Miaoyi was intelligent and knew clearly that if Zhong had fired at her, she would be dead. However, his target was the disciple of the Heaven Sect. Obviously, there were mutual benefits in the alliance. Smart woman. Zhong took a look at Song Miaoyi and praised silently. "Who are you?" Right at this time, Xinghe's infuriated and violent voice sounded from beside Zhong. Zhong turned his head and saw the twisted expression of Xinghe and easily met his ferocious gaze. The congregation of Heaven Sect disciples had allowed a single round from Zhong to heavily injure many of them and kill the rest, to the point where Xinghe's personal guards were almost wiped out. This caused Xinghe to be extremely furious. "Kneel, or die." Zhong stared coldly at Xinghe as his pupils shrunk, and he activated his Art of Fear. In an instant, a huge spiritual blast encompassing Zhong's tyrannical spirit launched towards Xinghe. However, under that immense pressure, Xinghe only frowned slightly as he revealed a sardonic smile. "An enhancer that specializes in spirit-based attacks? Today, I'll mince you up and fuck your women in front of your dying corpses." Xinghe chucked grimly as he pressed down his feet, then shot towards Zhong explosively. Zhong's eyes narrowed as he activated his shadow steps, pushing his speed to the limit and raising his stinger to aim at Xinghe. Xinghe suddenly employed a weird foot technique as his body started to sway and approach Zhong. Is he a close combat enhancer? But if it's like that, how did he manage to defend against my Art of Fear? Facing that mysterious footwork, Zhong had no way of aiming at Xinghe and could only fire off 6 shots instantly. "Haha, die, scum." Xinghe's body flashed, and he dodged all 6 bullets in a strange fashion, appearing to Zhong's right. He was grinning maniacally as he swung the huge 2M axe at Zhong. With a wave of his hands, Zhong pulled out his crocodile tooth saw blade and parried the attack. The axe swung downwards with immense force and met Zhong's weapon, and a shockwave spread outwards from the clash. What a strong fellow! Both parties had equal strength, and Zhong was forced back a few steps from the collision. His right hand was numb from the impact, and if it wasn't for his high endurance, that blow from Xinghe could possibly have shattered his right shoulder. "Ha! Die, die, die!" Xinghe roared in mad laughter and launched a flurry of swings on Zhong after taking a leap to get close. Zhong used his shadow steps, again barely managing to cope, as he was forced back constantly by Xinghe. Both his shoulders were numb from the constant blocking, and his defense could crumble at any moment. Against the furious assault from Xinghe, Zhong had no time to catch a breath, and he couldn't even swing his blade. Xinghe maintained his attacks as he tried to sway Zhong with taunting words. "Offer your women to me. Become my dog. I will let you live. Otherwise, I'll have your head today." Zhong could maintain his defense for such a long time, and it was outside of Xinghe's expectations as well. He had always been able to slaughter his enemies within 20 seconds of engagement. However, this guy in front of him had already held on for more than a minute, which caused Xinghe's heart to slowly turn cold. Chapter 379, Burning Xinghe Alive. Chapter 379, Burning Xinghe Alive. Book 3, The South. The person to die today will be you. Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he activated his gravity manipulation. In that instant, the gravity on Xinghe seemed to double and caused his movements to falter. Zhong evaded the axe swing as he twisted his body and slashed his blade at Xinghe. Xinghe's face fell as he leapt back, but he still received a strike at his waist. When Zhong's strike landed, he felt as if he had just struck a huge, thick armor that absorbed the impact, and he had no way of penetrating it. He observed carefully and discovered that the torn cloth at Xinghe's waist revealed a mild yellow scaly armor. Zhong's pupils narrowed as he slowly said, "Type 3 mutant beast hide." Only a Type 3 mutant beast armor could withstand the blow from the level 4 treasure crocodile tooth saw blade without being damaged in the slightest. Xinghe laughed sardonically as he employed his strange footwork, rushing towards Zhong in a fierce manner. "That's right. I'm covered entirely with a Type 3 mutant beast hide, and I'm invincible. Today, regardless of how you struggle, you will die at my hands." Xinghe was almost undefeatable in close combat. Adding on the protection of his Type 3 mutant beast hide, His only weakness was his exposed head. This was the reason why he dared to be tyrannical. With the protection of the Type 3 mutant beast hide, he was truly invincible and was naturally brutal in his attacks. Seems like the Heaven Sect has some decent resources. However, you'll be the one to die today. Zhong's eyes flashed fiercely, and he activated his gravity manipulation, distorting the gravity field around him, causing Xinghe's body to sink, and his movements became distorted as well. Hey, just with the gravity manipulation ability, I have killed dozens of gravity users who were stronger than you by 6 or 7 times. You shall die. Xinghe adjusted his movements in a split second as the brutal look on his face intensified. He then swung his axe with a fearsome momentum towards Zhong. Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he activated his devil flame and reached out for Xinghe. A terrifying fireball started forming in his right hand as it exploded forth and enveloped Xinghe. It hurts! It hurts! Xinghe started screaming shrilly in agony when he was enveloped by that devil flame fireball, as his entire body started to burn up. In just a second, Xinghe's head was incinerated into ash, while his entire body started to disintegrate under the burning of the devil flame, leaving behind the God and Devil system equipment and Type 3 mutant beast hide as they fell to the floor. Zhong walked over as he took a look at the system equipment that Xinghe had. Zhong already had most of the equipment on Xinghe's body, with the exception of one special item. Level 4 Treasure, Necklace of Clarity, plus 8 Spirit upon equipping. With this item, in any 24-hour period, user will be able to defend against a Type 3 Spirit attack once, Type 2 Spirit attack 4 times, and normal spiritual attacks 16 times. It was precisely this Level 4 Treasure Necklace of Clarity that had blocked Zhong's Art of Fear attack. Zhong pondered a moment before he switched out the Level 3 Necklace of Hurricane on his neck and equipped this Level 4 treasure. Although his spirit was already extremely strong, with this equipment, he would be invulnerable to basically any spiritual attacks and could maintain his clarity. After he kept the rest of the equipment, he looked towards the distance and saw Song Miaoyi entangling with the 2 law protectors from the Heaven Sect. Song Miaoyi's spear techniques were truly incredible, as she pounced about like a leopard, enveloping the 2 law protectors within the radius of her spear skills. The law protector that was able to manipulate the 6 daggers found his skill being torn apart by the spear shadows, as his own body was pierced a few times before being sent flying back about 2 to 3 meters. The other law protector was proficient in the art of fighting, but found himself being pierced continuously by Song Miaoyi's spear and was forced back constantly. However, both of them were wearing Type 3 mutant beast hides and could defend against the sharp strikes of Song Miaoyi. This enabled them to save on their strength as they dragged the battle out. Without the Type 3 mutant beast hides, they would have long been punched full of holes. Zhong looked towards the rest of the battlefield and saw that his own troops had already charged into the town and were hunting the rest of the disciples from the Heaven Sect. This is the time to show our loyalty to the Heaven Sect. Let us offer our fresh blood for the glory of the Heaven Sect. As long as we're loyal, we will return to the kingdom of God after we die. Everybody, charge with me. A fanatic roared out loudly as he charged towards Zhong's troops with a crazy glint in his eyes. The heavens are with us. We're undefeatable. 20 other fanatics followed the lead of the first guy as they shouted out with fervor and charged towards Zhong's troops. Kill! Zhong Mingyi saw the 20 overzealots rushing over with blades in their hands, and he coldly gave the command. The machine gun on the vehicle turned around and spewed out an intense volley of gunfire, and a dense barrage of bullets rained on the zealots, and they fell to the ground in their own blood. They did not die immediately. Instead, they rolled around as they moaned in pain. Zhong Mingyi led the rest of the soldiers forwards, as they finished off the job by firing a single bullet in each disciple that was still alive sending them on their way. Watching this terrifying scene, the majority of the remaining disciples had ashen faces as they tried to escape. Not everybody was a fanatic, and many had joined just to survive in this cruel world. "Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender." More of the disciples began throwing their weapons down as they knelt on the ground, trembling in fear while looking at the IFVs and machine gun-mounted vehicles. To ordinary people, such armored vehicles were invincible existences, and they had no way of retaliating. Ming brought his men and continued further in without so much of a resistance, only tying up the captives. Those fanatics who charged out would be executed instantly, and the troops managed to arrive at the heart of the battle in the center of town casually. "Damn it, Sunshine, let's scram." The law protector controlling his 6 daggers saw the arriving IFV and troops, and his expression turned sour before shouting to his comrade. The law protector called Sunshine had just been pierced by Song Miaoyi as he turned to look at the distance. "You will remain here." Following the sound of Zhong's voice, a terrifying spirit attack penetrated Sun Shan's mind, and he was instantly engulfed in various illusions and hallucinations of torment. "Ah!" Sun Shan screamed out miserably before falling lifelessly to the ground. "Kneel!" Zhong came out, and with a threatening aura, he gazed at the law protector with control over his 6 daggers and ordered. The law protector took one look at Zhong as his face changed. "It's you. Elder Nyo has already been killed by you." Zhong stared indifferently at the law protector. "Are you surrendering, or will you join him in hell?" "No, you can't surrender. You'll die at my hands." Song Miaoyi's eyes flashed with fire as she gritted her teeth and struck forwards with her spear, aiming at Shi's face. She knew the only weak point was the head. The law protector was a battle-hardened veteran after all, and with just a thought, 3 daggers shot forwards to block the spear strike, causing it to be deflected away. The law protector immediately shouted out, "I surrender! I surrender! This leader, I surrender! Spare my life!" Even the upper echelons of the Heaven Sect knew what the sect was exactly about, and other than a rare few, many were not actually loyal to a fault. Only the ignorant lower levels thought that the Heaven Sect was incredible. "Stay your hand." When the law protector surrendered, Zhong stepped forward, bringing his crocodile saw-tooth blade to parry Song Miaoyi's spear. Song Miaoyi took a few steps back, as her beautiful eyes shone with a burning fury, and she stared at Zhong. "He's my enemy. If you help him, are you going to be an enemy too?" Zhong gazed back indifferently. "Is this how you treat your benefactor?" Song Miaoyi maintained her gaze for a while, before she collected herself, as she stood straight and said, "Many thanks for saving me earlier. I'm Song Miaoyi. What's your name?" Zhong replied, "I'm Zhong." Song Miaoyi looked at the man in front of her and assessed him quietly, and she could feel his strength. She said sincerely, "Zhong, you saved me, and I'm very appreciative of that. From today onwards, you're a friend to us from the Tsang Tong tribe. Whenever you have problems, feel free to look for me. Our entire tribe will definitely aid you." However, this beast, he had brought men to capture over dozens of our tribesmen as well as from the surrounding areas. I cannot let him go. Give him to me, and this favor will be remembered for always. Hearing Song Miaoyi's words, Zhong contemplated silently. The law protector suddenly smiled grimly as he barked at Zhong, "Don't move, or I'll be merciless." 2 of the blades that Song Miaoyi had knocked away had suddenly appeared at Zhong's heart and vertebra. "Let me leave here, otherwise I'll kill you." The law protector chuckled evilly. "Trash, just die." Zhong suddenly turned, the stinger already in his hands, as he directly fired at the head of the law protector. Following the loud gunshot, the brains of the law protector were blasted apart, as his lifeless corpse slumped to the ground, and the daggers fell along with him. Chapter 380, Pressure. Chapter 380, Pressure. Book 3, The South. Right at this time, Zhong Mingi brought his men as they came to Yu Zhong and saluted. "Leader, follow me." Yu Zhong looked at Song Miaoyi and spoke indifferently, before bringing Zhong Mingi and Ming Jia towards by Xiaoxing's side of the battle. Song Miaoyi heard the commanding tone from Yu Zhong, and hint of displeasure shone in her eyes. However, she looked at Yu Zhong and his troops and stamped her foot before tagging behind Yu Zhong. Following the trail of corpses, Yu Zhong soon brought his team along until they saw by Xiaoxing engaged in battle against 5 law protectors. Both sides were facing off, but neither had the upper hand. The law protectors from the Heaven Sect could not catch by Xiaoxing. Not a single one of them could match up to his speed. However, at the same time, if Bai Xiaoxing truly went after any one of them, he would have to face the joint assault from all 5, which would be risky, and hence both sides were just eyeing each other right now. Bai Xiaoxing spoke out with a little embarrassment. "Leader, you're here. I'm sorry. These bunch of guys are too troublesome. I haven't managed to take care of them." Yu Zhong glanced at Bai Xiaoxing before he stepped forward and commanded coldly. "Those opposite, listen up. Surrender immediately. I'll only give you 10 seconds to consider. Those who refuse will die." One of the altar lords shouted, "You bunch of devil-worshipping heretics, you dare to go against Heaven's Sect. You'll definitely face a terrible fate, and after your death, you'll be sentenced to the deepest depths of hell with no chance of reincarnation. Surrender to us now, and we'll baptize you, and cleanse you of your sins, and help you back into God's grace. As long as you accumulate merit for the sect, you can ascend to heaven and enjoy yourself. Kill the heretics, kill the devils. Kill the heretics, kill the devils." The disciples began to chant upon hearing the altar lord's words. With their blind faith, their morale was also rising. "Kill them." Yu Zhong eyed the zealots and gave the order to Zhong Mingi. "Open fire." Zhong Mingi relayed the order. The remaining soldiers had already prepped their artillery and set their aim. Upon receiving Zhong Mingi's orders, they started firing, as huge explosive rounds landed on the positions of those zealots who were hiding behind cover. Hong! Hong! Following the rapid, loud explosions, disciples of the Heaven Sect found their bodies blasted to pieces. The altar lord who had gave the rallying call about killing heretics were also caught within the blast radius and was instantly pulverized. Under the blanket of artillery fire, to the extent of 2 consecutive rounds, the disciples who had no experience in modern warfare collapsed, as they lost all will to fight, and tried to escape towards the back after retreating from their cover. At this time, the IFV and the machine gun-mounted vehicles started firing wildly at those escaping disciples, and the bullets tore into the disciples, turning them into sieves full of holes as they fell to the ground. Within 10 minutes, the disciples surrounding the 5 altar lords to protect them had been annihilated, and 3 of the 5 altar lords had been blasted to death. The 2 remaining altar lords were agility-based enhancers, and they took the opportunity to rush out from their hiding place as they retreated towards the back. They knew that staying here would spell death, and they disregarded everything as they made a mad dash to run from it all. Yu Zhong pulled out his stinger as he opened fire at the 2 escaping altar lords. Their heads were immediately blasted to oblivion, and their headless corpses fell to the ground. "Continue the advance," Yu Zhong ordered indifferently. Under his orders, even though they had little men, they were all elites, and they made their way forwards in an orderly fashion, exhibiting the disciplined and strong bearing of soldiers. Song Miaoyi observed this small troop of Yu Zhong and was thoroughly shocked. "So strong. This troop is really strong." Song Miaoyi was confident of handling any one soldier from within this troop. However, if the entire troop was to launch an assault on her, she would not even be able to withstand a single minute's assault before she would be killed. Yu Zhong and his troops quickly arrived at the location that the remaining personnel under Xinghe were using as a hideout. Zhong Mingi hollered at the people hiding within the building. "Those inside, listen up. Surrender now. Otherwise, we'll not treat you nicely." Inside the building, Zhang Yang had a grim look as he grabbed a tribesman and pushed him to the window, while placing a blade on this abductee's neck. "The whole lot of you better retreat. Otherwise I'll kill the hostages. There are 31 hostages here with us. If you don't retreat, I'll kill the whole lot of them." The disciples of the Heaven Sect seemed to have been overcome with a madness as they pushed the hostages to the windows and placed their weapons at their necks. Anytime Zhong gave the order, they would immediately slaughter the hostages to join them in death. 6th uncle, 8th uncle, 17th uncle. Seeing those tribesmen, Song Miaoyi's eyes flashed with fear and could not help but call out. Those were the elders that had watched her grow up before the apocalypse. And after the apocalypse had set in, everyone had banded together to survive up till now. These elders were like her own family, and she could not bear to see them die in front of her. Zhong eyed the huge building as he ordered coolly, "Get ready to attack. Storm the front. Snipers get ready to switch to grenade launchers." Song Miaoyi's face fell as she ran to Zhong and spoke shrilly. "No, you can't do that. Those hostages will definitely die if you do that. Those are human lives." Zhong's heart was hardened as he returned her look with an ice-cold stare. "I'm sorry, Miss Song Miaoyi. I can understand your feelings, but I need to eradicate the remnant forces of this Heaven Sect. As for those hostages, they have nothing to do with me. I can't waste time here because of them. Please make way." Song Miaoyi grabbed her black spear tightly as her face turned pale, and she stubbornly glared. "No, I won't allow this." With a single swishing motion, 20 soldiers raised their guns and aimed at Song Miaoyi. The moment she made a random move, they would punch her full of holes. Although she was a beauty in their hearts, following orders was the most important thing. A single beauty would not be enough to sway the hearts of these elite soldiers. Even a frivolous Bai Shaosheng was holding a gun to Song Miaoyi's head, although his eye flashed with a hint of pity. If she truly died, he would feel a tinge of regret. However, if he went against Zhong's wishes, then the person to die would be him. Under the pressure of having multiple weapons aimed at her, Song Miaoyi did not relent as she stubbornly glared at Zhong, like an epiphyllum that would wilt at any time. Zhong frowned as he waved his hands, and the 20 soldiers lowered their guns. Song Miaoyi knelt down as she pleaded, Please save my tribesmen. As long as you do so, whatever you ask of me, I'll be willing to do so." For her tribesmen, Song Miaoyi was willing to put down her pride to kneel in front of Zhong. This was because her tribesmen were extremely important kin to her, and she did not want them to perish at such a place. Zhong looked at the kneeling Song Miaoyi as he frowned. He pondered a while, looking at the building in the meantime, before he slowly replied, "By Shaoxing, stay. The rest retreat." Hearing Zhong's order, all the soldiers retreated. "Song Miaoyi, remember what you said today. Follow me." Zhong looked at Song Miaoyi as he indifferently reminded her, before entering a small alley with Ming Jia. Song Miaoyi followed closely behind. Bai Shaosheng immediately sighed as he played with his dagger and followed behind Zhong, disappearing into the alley. What a pity! Another beauty had been conquered by leader. "How is it? Have you contacted headquarters?" Xinghe saw the soldiers retreating as he heaved a sigh of relief before asking a subordinate beside him. The disciple swiftly replied, "I've already notified headquarters. They have arranged for 2 elders to bring reinforcements. However, they said we will have to fend them off for 2 hours. Reinforcements would arrive by then." Xinghe took a few deep breaths as the stone weighing on his heart was lifted. 2 hours? As long as we can hold out for 2 hours, it's our victory. Those heretics would definitely be dealt with by the great elders. At this time, with a single bang, the door to the room Xinghe and the captives were in was kicked wide open. Zhong strode into the office, taking in the details of the room in a single look before firing the .03 rifle in his hands 10 times consecutively within a second, and directly killing all the Heaven Sect's disciples. Beside Zhong, Ming Jia had already summoned out her 5 shadow wolves, appearing behind 5 of the disciples and biting their necks. As the attention of everybody in the room was focused on Zhong and Ming, Judgia by Xiaosheng came swinging into the room from the room upstairs, landing within the group of disciples. The blade in his hand flashed, and a total of 7 disciples found their hearts pierced. In just mere seconds, 22 disciples had died at the hands of Zhong's group of 3, causing chaos to erupt. Song Miaoyi also made use of the opportunity to rush into the office, her spear flashing as she leapt about like a leopard, killing 3 disciples with her profound spear skills. The Heaven Sect's disciples in the office had been wiped out save for a few. Every one of the remaining members lost their gall as they abandoned battle, tried to escape. One of the altar lords saw that things weren't going well, and he tried to escape from the window. Just as he made his move, Bai Shaoxing chuckled grimly and shot forwards like an arrow, stabbing into the back of the altar lord, killing him. Bai Shaoxing might be tied down when facing against a group of strong enemies, but facing single enemies, very few were considered his opponents. He was like a shadow that flitted about, as he slaughtered his enemies easily, and few could withstand an attack from him. I surrender. Zheng Yang's mind spun, as he threw the Tang replica sword to his side and raised his hands to shout out, I surrender. When the head surrenders, the rest of the disciples had no intention to resist longer, as they abandoned their weapons and shouted out as they trembled. Bai Shaosheng then walked up to these disciples and started to tie them up. 6th uncle, 8th uncle. Song Miaoyi ran to the hostages as she helped them out of their ropes and called out emotionally. This time, she had dragged many of her close kin in the attempt to assassinate Nyo Xinghe, and it caused her endless worry. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of Zhong, she would not have known what to do. 2 of the men with wrinkles on their foreheads and tan skins looked at Song Miaoyi, their eyes pleased. Lass, it's good that you're fine. Zhong confirmed news with Zheng Yang. After an hour, the reinforcement from the Heaven Sect will be here. Are you certain about this? Zheng Yang had a solemn expression as he replied, It's true. If I were lying, you can execute me. The information about the reinforcements coming, everyone within the room knew about it. Zheng Yang wanted to use this piece of information to gain Zhong's trust. He had not much faith in the Heaven Sect in the beginning, and joining them was for the sake of a better life. When he landed in Zhong's hands, he had immediately switched to a different tune and worked towards gaining Zhong's trust. An hour, Zhong pondered, his eyes flashing with a hint of decisiveness. On a small frozen road, 800 Heaven Sect disciples were currently marching forward. Within the human crowd, there was a Rolls-Royce moving forwards quietly. A fat middle-aged man was asking his skinny companion at his side, Old Luo, heard that old Nyo had fallen at the hands of some heretics. What do you make of this? The fat middle-aged man was called Shenggang and was the 7th elder in the Heaven Sect. The skinny man was called Luo Kuei, and he was the 5th elder. Both of them were considered to be experts within Heaven Sect. Luo Kuei replied coldly, What else to think? Old Nyo had always been too violent and brutal. He had so many enemies, it's not a surprise that he's dead. However, to be able to kill old Nyo, the enemy must be pretty formidable himself. Luo Kuei laughed icily. For the sake of a few hostages, they actually stopped their assault. Regardless of their abilities, it seems like they have weaknesses as well. Chapter 381, Chen Shenggang. Chapter 381, Chen Shenggang. Book 3, The South. Chen Shenggang had a look of apprehension. However, old Nyo is truly dead. Are our forces going to be enough? Chen Shenggang was a burly-look man with plenty of both fat and muscle on his body, and he truly looked fierce. However, one cannot be judged based on appearance, and he happened to be a coward actually. He could become a strong enhancer purely by luck, as he had gained an incredible level 3 skill at the onset of the apocalypse. Hence he could survive for so long. Luo Kuei glanced at Chen Shenggang. His eyes flashed with a hint of contempt. We have 800 people here, and 500 guys over at Mahogany Town. Didn't Xinghe give his report earlier? There are only about 100 enemies, and even if they have experts, we just have to send our men, and it would be enough to squash them. Shenggang continued in deep thought before his frown slowly eased, as his face revealed a smile. That's true. We have 800 disciples here. Of them, there are 200 zealots. With them, we have no need to fear any enemy. Inside a forest, Zhong watched the 800-strong army walk into his ambush without a single wariness. As he gave the order, attack. Under Zhong's command, an IFV led the fleet of machine gun-mounted vehicles as they charged out from the forest and started to launch an assault on the right side of the Heaven Sect's reinforcements. All the armored vehicles were unleashing their bullets with a frenzy, causing a large number of the disciples around to be punched full of holes, fresh blood splattering the entire area. Many of them fell down dead, their bodies full of wounds. The Heaven Sect is undefeatable. Kill the enemy, become a saint. Facing such a sudden raid, the 200 white-robed disciples began to get worked up with a madness in their eyes as they charged at the vehicles without a care for their own lives. They were the zealots previously mentioned, and thoroughly had faith that as long as they fought and died for Heaven's Sect, they would be able to enter God's kingdom. Therefore, every single one of them was fearless and were extremely ruthless in their attacks. These fanatics formed the main part of the Heaven Sect's attack force, as their passionate and staunch faith allowed them to charge into battle without a hint of fear nor regret. Even if they knew they had to die, it was with willingness. Many of them even saw death as a blessing. However, regardless of how strong one's faith was, a normal person's body would not be able to repel bullets, much less be impervious to it. The IFV and machine gun-mounted vehicles sprayed their guns at the 200 disciples, and they were felled as easily as wheat being sowed. Fresh blood dyed the entire ground, and there were moans of agony uttered everywhere. These fanatics might be a threat to close combat enhancers, but in front of modern warfare weaponry, their blood and fervor would only serve to send them faster to their deaths. Luo Kuei had sensed danger at the first moment, and had opened up his palms, activating a psychic barrier, as a transparent barrier appeared in front of him, deflecting the majority of the bullets coming his way. He was a level 46 enhancer with a telekinesis ability and could defend against the damage from those 12 7mm bullets that could pierce even armored vehicles. Countless bullets were deflected off Luo Kuei's barrier, and that sort of imagery pushed the morale of the disciples up quickly. Many of them gathered close to Luo Kuei as they hollered with conviction, "The heavens are with us. We're undefeatable." As the IFV adjusted its gun in line of fire, the ZPT-90 that has been kept aside was aimed at Luo Kuei and unleashed hell and carnage. The bullets from the heavy machine gun landed explosively on the psychic barrier and were actually blocked. However, the barrier only managed to withstand about 3 seconds of continuously being impacted by bullets. After 3 seconds, the barrier disintegrated into pieces, and Luo Kuei spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, while the heavy rounds landed on his body, sending him exploding backwards for a few meters. He fell to the ground, his body crumpled, and his orifices bleeding profusely before he died. Luo Kuei had worn a Type 3 mutant beast hide to protect himself, and while the rounds were insufficient to penetrate the hide, the fearsome impact could not be negated, unless his resistance was as tough as Zhong, who had pumped so much in endurance. With Luo Kuei's death, the psychic barrier disappeared, and the Heaven Sect disciple were like unwilling pigs waiting for slaughter as they started to escape frantically in various directions. Zhong glanced at those disciples that have lost their composure and ordered Xinghe, it's your turn. Kill those who won't surrender. Yes, leader. Xinghe had an extremely complicated gaze in his eyes as he responded. Brothers, let's charge. Time to earn some merits. Let the leader witness our sincerity. Xinghe shouted to his fellow disciples that had been captured earlier. Kill! 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 Those Heaven Sect disciples who had already surrendered to you, Zhong, took up their weapons, as they followed Xinhe's lead and charged towards the dispersed Heaven Sect members with bloodshot eyes. If Yu Zhong had gotten those ex-disciples to charge first and treated them like cannon fodder, the majority of them would definitely have defected again. However, now that with Yu Zhong slaughtering the 800 of the Heaven Sect's disciples, these ex-disciples were not fervent supporters in the first place, and due to their thirst to prove their loyalty, they charged forwards like ferocious tigers and wolves, killing their past comrades without a shred of remorse. On the other side, Song Miaoyi had brought her tribesmen as they charged at the scattered Heaven Sect disciples, killing them with a passionate fury. The Heaven Sect had been terrorizing the surrounding areas in recent times and had treated these tribesmen as slaves or blood sacrifices. This had caused enmity to be sown, and Song Miaoyi would naturally not be merciful when dealing with them. I surrender. I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me. With the three groups chasing and hunting, the Heaven Sect side was destroyed beyond recognition, and a majority of the disciples pleaded for their lives. Those who didn't surrender were killed off by the ones that had defected to Yu Zhong, as well as the tribesmen. Yu Zhong strode over to the escaping disciples, with the stinger in his hands. As long as he saw an expert, whether hiding or not, he would immediately fire a shot to destroy their heads. Bai Shaosheng was like an unsheathed blade that bathed in blood, waving in and out of the human crowd, his daggers flashing about, and a number of the altar lords and law protectors were assassinated without a sound. His abilities made it hard for him to deal with a tightly packed group in defense, but against single, unorganized enemies, there was almost nobody that could stop him. The IFV and machine gun-mounted vehicles had stopped shooting as well. They just maintained their inactivity, but exuding a pressuring aura on the battlefield. Yu Zhong had brought a limited amount of ammunition, and to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, he had to use them sparingly. Otherwise, without any ammunition, his IFV and machine gun-mounted vehicles were just normal vehicles. Not long after, the reinforcements from the Heaven Sect fell entirely into Yu Zhong's arms. Song Miaoyi gripped her level 3 treasure black gold spear. As she looked at those tied-up captives, her eyes shone with disbelief. Did we win just like that? Song Miaoyi could not help but look towards Yu Zhong, her eyes filled with a look of wonder and awe. When they had heard that the Heaven Sect had sent reinforcements of about 800 disciples, Song Miaoyi and her uncles had panicked and were in favor of retreat. However, this man in front of her had remained calm and planned a counterattack, and had easily caused this 800-strong reinforcement to collapse, without much casualty on their own side. It was almost a miracle. Xinghe had an excited look as he walked about the captives. He had led his men and captured over 400 captives, contributing largely to the success, and Yu Zhong had already assigned him a platoon commander role. He had hence become an officer under Yu Zhong's command. Just as Xinghe was patrolling, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar person, and he could not help but spit out as he backed up a few steps warily. Elder Chen? The man who was called warily by Xinghe was precisely the 7th elder of the Heaven Sect, Chen Shenggang. As an elder of the Heaven Sect, Chen Shenggang was a level 40 enhancer, and if he suddenly went on a rampage, killing a few normal people wasn't an issue. Chen Shenggang squeezed out a flattering smile as he said, "I've surrendered. Xinghe, can you bring me to meet your leader?" Xinghe looked at Chen Shenggang, feeling a little strange as he nodded and said, "Follow me." The moment Chen Shenggang came in front of Yu Zhong, he immediately knelt and kowtowed. This small one, Chen Shenggang, was an elder of the Heaven Sect. As long as this esteemed leader can spare my life, this small one is willing to do anything for you. Yu Zhong was a little speechless as he looked at Xinghe and asked, "Was he really an elder?" Xinghe nodded and ascertained his background. "Leader, he truly was the 7th elder of the Heaven Sect. I've seen him at the headquarters a few times." Yu Zhong immediately gave the order. "I'll accept you. Chen Shenggang, show me your abilities." As long as he knew Chen Shenggang's abilities, Zhong could then make the appropriate measures. Shenggang would then not be a threat to him. Shenggang stood up and responded loudly. Yes, I can manipulate the ground. Please observe. Shenggang's pupils shrunk as he activated his ground manipulation skill, and a 3M spike shot out from the ground. He then bellowed as 6 consecutive small spikes shot out from the ground. Zhong observed Shenggang's display, and his heart turned cold. The skill of this Shenggang was truly tyrannical. If he was a little less cowardly and had charged towards the IFV while releasing this skill, the IFV would have been overturned. It might even have been penetrated by the ground spikes. Shenggang lowered his head and bowed, with an honest look. Leader, this is my ability. It has a limited range and can only create such sharp spikes within a 100m. If it's beyond a 100m, then I would need more time to create spikes with enough threatening power. Shenggang's ability was not weak, but his courage was truly too small. The moment he saw Luo Kuei being blasted apart, he had lost all will to fight. After that, he had seen how casually Zhong and by a Shaosheng slaughtered those experts from the Heaven Sect, and had not dared to risk anything. He just hid behind a cover and acted as a normal disciple, and surrendered. If it wasn't for Zhang Yang discovering him, Shenggang had wanted to pose as a captive before finding an opportunity to escape. Although he did not dare to fight against Zhong and his troops, he had confidence in escaping. He had the ground manipulation ability. No cell could contain him, unless it was those specially constructed cells that were meant to counter his ability, which would mean that his ability was useless. Zhong stared at Shenggang and asked slowly, "Are these all the reinforcements sent?" Shenggang nodded as he bowed, responding to leader. "There's only us." Zhong's gaze was like a knife that pierced into Shenggang's heart. "You guys must have set off from Peaceful Heart Town, right?" "Yes." Shenggang looked at Zhang Yang beside Zhong and did not dare lie, and directly responded. Zhong continued asking, "How many troops are at Peaceful Heart Town?" Shenggang replied with full honesty. "There's only a law protector, 7 altar lords, 50 zealots, and about 170 normal disciples there. In Peaceful Heart Town, there are about 20 rifles, 25 handguns, and the remaining weapons are all obsolete melee weapons." Zhong stared at Shenggang coldly. "Bring us to Peaceful Heart Town. After we take it down, I'll raise you to become a platoon commander." Shenggang did not dare reject, as he responded soundly, "Yes, leader." Peaceful Heart Town was different from Mahogany Town, and was one of the actual headquarters of the Heaven Sect, and was only about 20 kilometers away from the central base in Longan Province. There were 2 elders stationed there, and over 1,000 disciples as their force, and could respond to any situation in the nearby towns. At the same time, they could send reinforcements back to the main base if need be. The force of 100 people soon came to Peaceful Heart Town. "Who is it?" The disciple stationed at the entrance saw this 100-strong troop. His heart became wary as he raised his gun and questioned. Shenggang came out from the crowd and stared at the disciple coldly. "You can't even recognize me? By using your gun against me, are you thinking of flouting the rules?" "Oh, it's Elder Chen. Your subordinate didn't know it's the return of Elder Chen. If this small one had offended you, please do not take it to heart." The disciple had turned ashen and immediately threw himself to the ground. The 4 disciples at the gate immediately kneeled and called out loudly, "Long live Elder Chen!" Shenggang threw a haughty gaze as he commanded, "Go bring Law Protector Ning as well as the 7 altar lords and the heavenly troops to gather at the Green Garden. I have something to tell them. I'll get others to stand guard here. Go." Equals 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 equals. equals 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 equals. Long is a province in the Mekong Delta region of southern Vietnam. Chapter 382, Long and County. Chapter 382, Long and County. Book 3, The South. Yes, Elder Chen. The four disciples immediately replied in a respectful manner before leaving towards the center of town. Shenggang then led Zhong and the rest towards the Green Garden District part of town to be deployed. Ning, a middle-aged man with a medium build, slightly yellow skin, and ordinary looks, brought 7 altar lords as they hurried towards the Green Garden District. He looked at Shenggang and asked, "Elder Chen, didn't you guys set off to help Xinghe? How come you've suddenly come back?" Shenggang looked at Ning, as his pupil shrank, and assumed a stern face. "Our sect leader has issued a sacred instruction, with tasks for you guys to do. Everyone kneel, and pay heed. Sect leader is all-powerful, invincible, and long live sect leader." Ning Yi's gaze turned cold as he followed the 7 altar lords and knelt as they started proclaiming the usual chants in front of Shenggang. The instruction for the sect leader is, "For all of you to die." Shenggang's expression turned grim and immediately activated his ground manipulation skill. In an instant, 2 sharp earthen spikes shot out from the ground and pierced diagonally through the bodies of 2 altar lords. Ning saw the scene of the 2 altar lords dying miserably in front of him, and a strong fury and fear arose in his heart. He had just shouted out a word when a blade flashed in front of him, and his head was removed suddenly and cleanly from his neck, fresh blood spraying up towards the skies. Zhong had activated his shadow steps and cleanly executed Ning before quite casually loping off the head of another law protector beside Ning. Bai Xiaosheng, who had been standing at one side, also activated his skill as he flashed, and the green dagger in his hands danced about, slicing the throat of an altar lord, blood exploding out in a steaming crimson arc from the mortal wound. Song Miaoyi had also struck out viciously with her spear, piercing the head of one of the altar lords who was still kneeling, like a stick pushed into the wet mud. In just a few breaths, Ning and the other 7 altar lords had all been gruesomely slaughtered without much of a resistance at all. "Do it!" After killing the most powerful 8 combatants, Zhong walked out of the room and gave the order to Zhong Ming. The troops lying in ambush at various parts of the Green Garden immediately took aim and fired at those fanatics of the Heaven Sect that were lined up neatly. In an instant, those Heaven Sect disciples were showered with a rain of bullets, their bodies battered and blood spilled, and their formation was the best target for the troops of Zhong, not a single bullet wasted. After firing rapidly, 50 of the zealots fell in their pools of blood, while Zhong Ming brought some men as they walked throughout the square, coldly slashing the necks of anyone still breathing on the ground, with a cold and detached look on their face. The upper echelons of Peaceful Heart Town were thus easily taken care of by Zhong and his troops. The remaining ordinary disciples were tricked into coming to the Green Garden District and were all captured. The entire Peaceful Heart Town thus fell into Zhong's lap. Zhong tasted sweet victory and continued, "Shenggang, go report to the main central base. Say that the enemies have been wiped out, but Elder Neo and Elder Luo have fell in battle. Your troops have taken serious hits, and you hope that they can deploy some men over." "Yes, leader, I'll do so right now." Shenggang had also thoroughly sold himself, truly treating himself as Zhong's subordinate, as he made to report to the central base. Zhong pondered a while before calling out, "Wait, make the report after 6 p.m. Zhong's forces had been battling for almost an entire day. Although they were enhancers, they would still feel exhausted. The ordinary ex-disciples and Xinghe that had defected were in no better shape. They sorely needed the rest now. After 6 p.m., the response from the main base would need some more time as well, and the forces they sent would only arrive the next day. This would buy an entire day's worth of rest for Yu Zhong's troops. Continue to station yourselves there and await orders. Shenggang had relayed the fabricated story that Yu Zhong had told him to the main base of Heaven Sect, and only received this simple command. The Heaven Sect seemed to have no plans to send any troops. Yu Zhong did not waste any time during the night, as he organized the tribesmen that he rescued out into a single troop and handed command over to Ling. He then moved on to the captured Heaven Sect disciples. There were a total of 600 or so of them, and he grouped them into 6 teams, handing command over to Chen Shenggang, Xinghe by Xiaosheng, Luning Shui, Luo Chifeng, and Ming Jejia respectively. Chen Shenggang and Xinghe had become traitors of the Heaven Sect, and their hands were dyed with the blood of their past comrades. Even if they betrayed Yu Zhong, they had nowhere else to. That was why Yu Zhong decided to make use of them. Yu Zhong did not sleep the entire night. Instead, he patrolled the entire town on his own. After all, Peaceful Heart Town was only about 20 kilometers away from the main base, and they were almost under the enemy's noses. Furthermore, Chen Shenggang and Xinghe had just recently defected over, and Yu Zhong could not trust them fully. Therefore, he had to take up the night watch to prevent any incidents. At the same time, Yu Zhong assigned a few trusted aides who were experts to be stationed at key points in the event that something unforeseen cropped up. The night passed quietly. Early the next morning, the sun was just starting to rise, and Yu Zhong received the order relayed from the headquarters of the Heaven Sect. Immediately bring your men and weapons and make your way back to base. Kill any enemies you see. Chen Shenggang immediately turned to Yu Zhong and asked, "What do we do, leader?" Yu Zhong contemplated a while before he inquired, "What's the strength of the main base like?" Chen Shenggang replied swiftly, "There are always 4 elders, 40 law protectors, 60 altar lords stationed at base. They're all high-level enhancers. Other than that, there are over 5,000 disciples in the Heaven Sect, of which 1,000 belong to the White Shirt Army, or the Fanatics. Amongst those 1,000, there are 50 experts wearing Type 3 mutant beast hides. They are the personal troops of Ling, Xiangru, the Sword Apostles. Each and every one of them have power equal to a law protector, and they practically worship Ling, Xiangru, to the point of being extremist. They have terrifying strength. The Type 3 mutant beast hides were considered precious treasures within the Heaven Sect. Even ordinary law protectors and altar lords might not get a piece. For every single one of the Sword Apostles to own a piece, it was a testament to their power and importance. The moment Chen Shenggang spoke of Ling Xiangru, his eyes had a hint of fear. However, within the Heaven Sect, the scariest is still the sect leader, Ling Xiangru. He has a holy halo around him and is impervious to all sorts of physical attacks, and every word he says seemed to radiate power. Those who could force him to use all his power have died. When he came to recruit me initially, I knew I wasn't his match, and hence I surrendered. What his abilities are, I'm not entirely sure. No one in the entire Heaven Sect actually knows as well. However, based on my conjecture, he should be a powerful evolver. Yu Zhong continued to think before replying. "Okay, I've got it. Let's comply with their orders and move out to take a look." With Yu Zhong's orders, the 800-strong troop immediately set off from Peaceful Heart Town, making their advance towards Heaven Sect. Yu Zhong rode with Ming Jejia and Chen Shenggang in a Hummer and went forth ahead as vanguard. With the ex-elder leading the way, Yu Zhong and the rest quickly traversed and reached the vicinity of Heaven Sect. When Yu Zhong and the rest came close to Heaven Sect, they heard the sounds of intense gunfire, as well as explosions. Seems like there really was a problem. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he thought to himself and quickened his pace. They climbed up a hilltop and observed the situation at Long and County. They discovered that in the distance, there was a group of gun-wielding militants that were dressed in assorted clothing as they launched frenzied assaults on Long and County. Those militants were equipped with decent weaponry, possessing rifles, submachine guns, heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, rocket launchers, hand grenades, and even mortars. They were using these modern weaponry to suppress the Heaven Sect's disciples so much so that they didn't dare risk their lives. Zhong pulled out of binoculars to observe the current battle and thought silently, "This troop is not weak. However, they can't be compared to my expert battalion. They must be untrained and seem to be learning from experience. The heavens are with us. We're undefeatable. The heavens are with us. We're undefeatable." The disciples in Long and County were being suppressed, and just when the situation seemed bleak, out rushed 400 zealots in white clothes, their hands wielding huge blades as they chanted with fervor and rushed at the militants outside the city in a kamikaze attack. These zealots were different from the ones that Zhong had to deal with, as although they were rushing without a care for their own lives, they were spaced out, and wanting to take them all down in a single strike would be nearly impossible. Seeing the fanatics launching their counterattack, the militants began to target them with their heavy weaponry, spraying bullets at those unfortunate souls. Blanketed by the rain of bullets, many of the zealots were punched full of holes. However, those militants were not expert marksmen, and many of their shots went wide. Coupled with the fact that the fanatics had spread themselves out, the bullets only managed to kill a few of them. Some were even unfazed when they were struck by the bullets. Under those circumstances, many of the zealots managed to bravely push through the rain of bullets and wave their melee weapons at those militants. Chapter 383, Internal Strife. Chapter 383, Internal Strife. Book 3, The South. The moment those white-shirt fanatics charged into the midst of the militants, they started slashing in a crazy manner. They seemed only intent on killing any unfortunate soul to meet their blades. Help! Help! The white-shirt zealots were like devils that had unleashed carnage upon those militants, causing them to lose their fighting will in an instant. Many abandoned their weapons and started to retreat backwards. A motley bunch. Zhong looked at the performance of the militants and thought silently to himself. The militants had the upper hand with their modern weaponry and could have overcome them, but they were frightened of the enemies who had a stronger zeal and fighting spirit. The heavens are with us. We're undefeatable. The heavens are with us. We're undefeatable. The fanatics were hollering out at the top of their voice, charging at the militants like crazy demons and killing them like sheep as the militants were steadily retreating. Kill! 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 Long live Sect leader! Long live Sect leader! Seeing those militants being slaughtered by the white-shirt fanatics, the disciples within the city walls also regained their morale and started to chant. An elder with a strong build and riding a motorcycle, with a lightning-like gaze, he came leading 50 men, every one of them riding a motorcycle as they charged out from the city and rushed at the militants. 5 altar lords took the initiative to coordinate and lead 300 of their subordinates as they charged out as well. Right at this time, a group of warriors decked in a black suit came out from the midst of the retreating militants. They aimed as they each held a grenade launcher and started firing rapidly at the zealots. Grenades landed one after another in the midst of the zealots. As long as those white-shirt zealots were hit by the grenades, they would be immediately blasted dead. This was true even if they were wearing Type 3 mutant beast hides, as it could not completely negate the impact of the blast. As for those who had no defense, their bodies were immediately blasted apart. At the same time, the gunfire that had stopped due to the retreating militants restarted again, as all sorts of heavy fire rained down upon the militants and white-shirt zealots alike. Under that frenzied spray of gunfire, the militants who had abandoned their weapons were punched full of holes together with the zealots, everyone turning into flesh sieves. The backup weapons that had been lying in wait also kick-started their firing, causing carnage to come down on those disciples and troops that had just left the city gates. The motorcycles were destroyed by the bullets, and their riders were also killed by the fearsome rain of metal. The 5 altar lords that had brought their men out were killed almost instantly. Only the hardy elder managed to dodge the bullets and retreat back into Long and County. What a ruthless fellow! Zhong saw this, and his heart turned cold. The commander behind these militants had obviously designated these weaker militants as baits and cannon fodder to force out the power of the disciples, and once they were hooked, he had ordered the deaths of the militants and zealots without batting an eyelid. It could be seen that this commander was truly vicious and decisive. With over 400 zealots being annihilated, it was a huge blow to the Heaven Sect in Long and County, as out of those 400 fanatics, there were over 10 sword apostles, and they had died to the exploding grenades. This was a huge blow to the morale of the Heaven Sect. While the militants did manage to wipe out a number of the zealots, they had lost 200 warriors themselves. However, the other militants came out from their places of hiding and started their assault in the direction of Long and County. This is an entire battalion. That is to say, the commander most likely still had another battalion or two somewhere as backup. These are all proper military equipment. They must have opened up one or two military camps. Zhong came to this conclusion when observing them, and he frowned. He was also someone who warred frequently and could tell the tactics and some strategy of the person behind the scenes. This time, it was the Heaven Sect on defense. They had rifles as well, and a number of snipers were hidden on high grounds, sniping the militants from their points of cover. A number of the militants were shot in the head. With the threat of the snipers, the militants ducked for cover. At the same time, the snipers on the militant side also began their own counterattack against the snipers in Long and County. In the intense gunfight, both sides started to lose their snipers rapidly. On the other side, the militants were still using their heavy weapons to continue their assault on Long and County. The different key locations of the Heaven Sect were starting to get compromised. The Heaven Sect was lacking the proper equipment to contend against the militants. When the militants came to within 200 m of the city gates, a burly elder wielding blades burst out from the wreckage and piles of bodies. He charged into the midst of the enemy, the dark magic blades in his hands flashing about with a black light as he started slaughtering the militants. He leapt about in the battlefield, seemingly without equal, and in a short span of time, he managed to kill 8 militants. After suddenly killing those 8 militants, his body flashed, and he disappeared. At another location, a dozen militants were currently making their way forwards carefully when all of a sudden, 10 ice picks condensed in mid-air and nailed 10 militants to the ground, killing them instantly. The remaining militants began firing at a nearby building. However, all they did was break some windows, and they didn't manage to hit the elders of the Heaven Sect at all. If modern weaponry could dominate the battlefield, then street fighting was considered the forte of those experts of the Heaven Sect. Unless the heavy artillery could flatten the entire ground of Long and County, otherwise the advantage belonged to those Heaven Sect's experts, who could make use of the terrain. With the harassing of the experts, many militants met their tragic ends, and the remaining had no choice but to stay close together as they made their way into the town. At the same time, a fully equipped battalion was making their way from behind a hill as they entered the town and joined in the battle. Shenggang watched the situation in Long and County with an alarmed expression as he asked Zhong, "Leader, what do we do?" Shenggang was cowardly by nature and was reluctant to join the fray. "We wait," Zhong replied solemnly as he continued observing. Zhong currently had 800 people, which was about 2 infantry battalions. However, if he wanted them to just jump into the heat of battle, they would likely perish in a short time. "Boss, what now?" On a small hill, a burly-looking man built like a bear was looking at another younger, bespectacled man, who had looked thin and gentle as he was asked this. The cultured-looking young man was the leader of the militants when Fu Xin, and the bear-like man was his sworn brother Luo Lehu. A strange glint passed in when Fu Xin's eyes as he sighed and said, "I miscalculated. I never expected the fighting morale to be so high, and they can still put up such a fight." And when Fu Xin's initial calculations, after decimating the fanatics, they would be able to use the modern weaponry to take down the defense of the Heaven Sect easily. However, the reality was that things did not proceed as planned, and after sending 2 battalions, it was only barely enough to suppress them, but not to the point of overcoming them. Long County had become a meat grinder of sorts, with both sides sustaining casualties almost every second. It was the first battle that when Fu Xin was facing such a loss. Luo Lehu suggested, "Why don't we retreat first? Today can be considered a draw. We can always come back and annihilate them." When Fu Xin's eyes flashed with a dark look, "No, it's already so late. If we were to retreat now, those from the town will definitely chase us down. We might get hit badly. Plus, they have gained some of the weapons we lost. The next time, our attack would not be as smooth already." Luo Lehu started to become anxious. Then what now? When Fu Xin took a deep breath before solemnly ordering, "Convey my order. All troops are to attack Long and County. Today, even if we are down to our last man, we cannot retreat. There will only be one side that lives today." Upon receiving that drastic order, the last battalion awaiting further instructions also set off for Long and County. A Heaven Sect elder suddenly burst out from a window, and the long blade in his hands flashed about, taking the heads of 3 nearby militants. Just as he was about to leave, he found himself suspended in midair. His eyes flashed with shock, and he turned his gaze to discover 3 enhancers looking at him coldly, their hands outstretched, casting their ability on him. "Go dot." Luo Lehu hoisted a rocket launcher and fired a shot directly at the elder. With a hong, the rocket landed explosively on the body of the elder, causing him to be blasted into tons of itty-bitty, juicy pieces. When the 3rd Infantry Battalion joined in the fray, the forces within Long and County started to be beaten back. Chapter 384, Heaven Sect's Sect Leader. Chapter 384, Heaven Sect's Sect Leader. Book 3, The South. When Fu Xin had high-level enhancers within his troops as well, and the moment they entered the fray, they displayed their prowess. They joined forces with the ordinary soldiers to hunt the experts of the Heaven Sect, and the killing on both sides increased in intensity. The Heaven Sect was slowly but surely being forced back. As the heavy artillery rained down, a majority of the normal disciples started to break down, and they tried to escape, with no intentions of regrouping or reorganizing themselves. We won. When Fu Xin looked at his troops, pushing in, and the Heaven Sect defense crumbling, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Long live the Sect Leader! Long live the Sect Leader! Long live the Sect Leader! Right when the defenses of the Heaven Sect seemed to break down, a group suddenly started calling out excitedly. An ordinary-looking man, with normal looks and long, straggled hair, wearing a golden cassock, came walking out of the group of people. His eyes shone with radiance, and he was the Sect Leader of the Heaven Sect, Ling Xiangru. Behind him, there were 4 extremely radiant holy lights that seemed to shine towards the sky, and there were also 40 sword apostles by his side. Ling Xiangru's voice reverberated like thunder as his eyes flashed coldly. "You heretics, today I shall pass judgment on you on behalf of God, and send you to hell, without the chance of reincarnation. Repent for your sins today by kneeling. Repent, drop your resistance, and accept your death. This way, you may have a chance to leave hell in the future." With those words, the militants suddenly had feelings of regret and fear. Zhong had already arrived at a small corner of Long and County by this time, and he heard the words of Ling Xiangru and could perceive a strong spiritual force affecting his mind. This is spiritual AoE skill. With this skill, there's no wonder he managed to become the Sect Leader, with so many people worshipping him. Ling Xiangru's voice was like that of a powerful deity that seemed to command everyone to cease their resistance. Drop your weapons. Stop resisting. With that powerful command, the militants near him suddenly cried out in pain as they lost all fighting will. They loosened their grips, and the weapons in their hands dropped. The 40-sword apostles shot forwards and waved their Tang replica swords, directly chopping off the heads of those militants. Long live the sect leader. He's blessed and invincible. Long live the sect leader. He's blessed and invincible. When the disciples witnessed such a strange sight, they grew excited and began shouting out with fervor. Pum! Right when the people present were in excitement and joy, a sniper from afar aimed and fired a shot at Linghu Xiangru. The bullet shot towards Linghu Xiangru in a flash, but suddenly stopped 3 m away from his body. I'm an apostle of God. As the hand of God, I am invulnerable and impervious to any attack. Nothing can harm me, and those who seek to harm me will taste their own medicine. Linghu Xiangru's voice traveled across the entire battleground as he locked on to the sniper position, and the bullet in front of him instantly shot back and penetrated the sniper's head. Linghu Xiangru's voice reverberated within the entire area. My people, use the weapons in your hands to kill these heretics. They are the scum of the earth and are devilish existences that God hates. Kill them, and you'll have earned more merit for yourselves. After your death, you will be reborn in the kingdom of God, and you get to enjoy pleasures. Kill the heretics. Kill them all. With the spiritual pressure weighing down, the Heaven Sect disciples started to get riled up, and their eyes turned bloodshot as they started to charge at the militants like crazed demons. Linghu Xiangru continued advancing like a divine being, his voice filled with the strong, oppressive spiritual pressure exuding out. Enemies of mine, put down your weapons. Repent, cease your resistance, and await the chance to be reborn. The militants with weaker wills immediately lost their resolve to fight after hearing those persuasive words from Linghu Xiangru. They kneeled and began crying, their weapons dropping on the floor, and they were then slaughtered by the frenzied Heaven Sect disciples. Those militants who had successfully pushed him were wiped out in almost an instant. Fire your cannons. Blast them to pieces. Luo Lehu bellowed loudly. Heavy rounds began firing at the location Linghu Xiangru and his faithful worshippers. Huge explosions rang out continuously, and the location where Linghu Xiangru stood was enveloped by the blast. A few of the disciples were instantly incinerated or blasted dead. While these militants did not have great aim and could not compare to proper trained soldiers, they had gained the artillery skill from battles and weren't too bad. They managed to create a devastating effect from the grouping of the heavy artillery rounds. Luo Lehu looked towards the cloud of dust in the distance as he thought to himself, did we finish that guy? Linghu Xiangru's abilities were truly astonishing. Luo Lehu had never come across someone who had the ability to affect people in such a wide radius with just words. In front of such a terrifying ability, the 3 battalions had almost been wiped out. Who would have expected? Linghu Xiangru stepped out from the scene of destruction and carnage without even a speck of dust on his body as he looked coldly in order. You guys have tried to attack an apostle of God. Such a heinous sin. Commit suicide now. Yes, we're sinners. Under that pressure, those militants' eyes went blank as they took their own guns and pointed them in their own mouths and pulled the triggers. Following a few gunshots, those militants had bullet holes in their heads, their bodies falling lifelessly onto the ground. Luo Lehu was after all a level 46 enhancer, and after Linghu Xiangru's words fell, his body trembled, and he almost could not control his own trembling as he pulled the dark magic blade from his waist as he started to place the blade on his neck. No, I can't die. Right when Luo Lehu was about to slash his own neck, his mind suddenly regained its clarity as he bit down harshly on his own tongue, breaking the tip, and the huge sense of pain woke him up. How terrifying. What a strong opponent. I'm not his match. Luo Lehu could think clearly now, and he immediately retreated backwards, his entire back covered in cold sweat, as he could not muster the courage nor will to contend against Linghu Xiangru. Linghu Xiangru watched the retreating Luo Leihu, and his brows furrowed. The holy light behind his back flashed, as the bullets that were fired at him stopped within a 5 m radius. Linghu Xiangru then swept the surrounding with a glance. Those who seek to harm me will suffer consequences. The bullets that were suspended in mid-air around Linghu Xiangru immediately flew backwards into the darkness, piercing the very people that fired the bullets, and 20 militants died instantly. Enemies of mine, put down your weapons. Repent, cease your resistance, and await the chance to be reborn. After killing the 20 militants, Linghu Xiangru continued forwards like a divine being, uttering the same words over and over like a curse as he took each step. With the enveloping of that pressure, groups of militants began to lose their composure as they started kneeling and were executed by the disciples. Linghu Xiangru, what an evil existence! When Fuxin saw his own troops giving up and being killed, and his eyes flashed with a strange glint before ordering, "Activate the demon-killing plan." Under Wen Fuxin's command, his subordinates began their preparations. Facing that ability of Linghu Xiangru, Wen Fuxin's subordinates began to retreat backwards like a flood as they abandoned their posts, and a huge amount of weapons and ammunition was thrown, becoming the spoils of war for the Heaven Sect. The disciples continued their frenzied charge, hunting down and slaughtering the troops without restraint. Just as they retreated a distance of 200 m, Wen Fuxin's troops suddenly began their counterattack, numerous guns firing from all directions at the disciples who had chased over. The dense rain of bullets struck the disciples, and they fell to the ground. 2 altar lords that had given chase were also killed with a shot to their heads. Those Heaven Sect disciples had not much experience against modern weaponry, and hurried to hide behind positions with cover and occasionally firing back at Wen Fuxin's troops. In that intense gunfight, there would be some disciples from the Heaven Sect that were killed every second, and the same could be said for the militants. Enemies of mine, put down your weapons. Repent, cease your resistance, and await the chance to be reborn. Linghu Xiangru continued walking about the battlefield, his voice ringing out like a demonic curse. Quickly escape. The moment Linghu Xiangru appeared, the troops of Wen Fuxin would lose their composure and immediately retreat backwards. On their left shoulders, there were long slashes. Obviously, they had used the pain to withstand the spiritual attack from Linghu Xiangru. However, even if they injured themselves on purpose, they could only defend against the spiritual attack with difficulty. If the distance was too close, then they would be helpless against his attacks. Linghu Xiangru's brows furrowed slightly as he stepped out and immediately crossed a distance of 5 to 6 meters, chasing after the troops of Wen Fuxin. He was adamant on wiping out these elite soldiers. Beside Linghu Xiangru, 38 sword apostles followed closely behind. They were his personal guards and his trusted and fanatical worshippers. The intense battle had cost them 2 of their comrades, but the number of soldiers belonged to Wen Fuxin that had died at their hands numbered in the hundreds. Linghu Xiangru brought his men and slaughtered an entire battalion and more, and the other soldiers under Wen Fuxin could only watch on with horror and run whenever they could, otherwise they would definitely die. Commit suicide. Linghu Xiangru spent 5 seconds to catch up to those soldiers of Wen Fuxin who ran, as he coldly ordered. By this time, he was within a 20 m distance from those militants, and it was this radius where his level 3 vocal assertion ability was at its strongest. With that single command from Linghu Xiangru, the 20 militants immediately stopped in their tracks, seemingly bound, as they lost all sense of rationality and pulled out their own weapons before killing themselves. Die! Right at this time, a sense of danger welled up in Linghu Xiangru's heart as he looked towards the direction, only to see Luo Leihu, who he had been chasing for so long, smiling grimly, pressing a button. Hong! 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 Huge explosions occurred at Linghu Xiangru's current position, as a few remote control bombs hidden at a corner detonated at the same time. The fearsome blast consumed the entire area, causing even a few buildings beside to be destroyed. "Fire the cannons!" Luo Lehu saw the carnage and called out madly. A few mortars were immediately fired at the location where Linghu Xiangru was, continuing to rain destruction on the land. Luo Lehu himself hoisted up a grenade launchers and fired a few more grenades into the area without rest. "All of you deserve death." At this time, an incredibly enraged voice rang out from the fiery blaze of destruction. As Linghu Xiangru stepped out with bloodshot eyes, his entire appearance having undergone a drastic change. His golden cassock was blasted apart into pieces, revealing a Type 3 mutant beast hide underneath. His holy aura was down to only a single beam, while his long hair was burnt off, leaving only a short patch. His ordinary face was red and swollen, as a few shrapnel pieces had lodged in his face. Those 10 remote control bombs were set up specifically by Wen Fuxin specifically to deal with Linghu Xiangru, and he had sacrificed a few elite soldiers as bait just to do that. However, Linghu Xiangru's abilities far surpassed Wen Fuxin's expectations. Even under such extreme conditions, he had not died. Luo Lehu watched Linghu Xiangru rushing over to him and started firing his grenade launcher again. Return. Linghu Xiangru's eyes flashed with a glint as he activated his level 3 reverse trajectory ability. In an instant, the grenades fired were immediately sent back towards Luo Lehu, 2 of them landing on his body directly, and with a hong, Luo Lehu was instantly blasted into pieces. Chapter 385. Zhong makes his move. Chapter 385. Zhong makes his move. Book 3. The South. Kill yourself. Linghu Xiangru reached the dozens of mortar operators in a flash and coldly commanded. With that order, those soldiers of Wen Fuxin directly pulled out their guns and shoved them in their own mouths, pulling the trigger. Pung! Pung! Following the sounds of gunfire, those soldiers had all killed themselves. "You guys dare to injure me. All of you must die." Linghu Xiangru had been agitated by his serious injuries, his face now an ugly mask of fury. His body flashed about, charging at the location of the troops throughout the battlefield like a demon. "Kill yourself. Kill yourself." Linghu Xiangru was like a demon as he charged at the troops of Wen Fuxin. Any enemy that got in his way would be commanded to die with his level 3 vocal assertion ability. Even a level 30 enhancer would find it tough to resist the command the moment Linghu Xiangru got within range. Seeing such a strange phenomenon, the troops of Wen Fuxin lost their composure as they cried and sobbed in their attempts to escape, abandoning their weapons and ammunition. The remaining elder, 5 law protectors, and 23 altar lords led the other disciples as they charged towards the remaining troops, killing them and causing chaos and mayhem. "We're finished." When Fuxin saw his retreating soldiers, and his face turned pale. This time, he initially had an 80% confidence of succeeding in his assault on the Heaven Sect. However, he had severely underestimated Linghu Xiangru's combat abilities. He was like a death-defying being that could single-handedly crush the morale of his troops. If there wasn't this Linghu Xiangru, Wen Fuxin would have long conquered Long and province. Kill! Kill the heretics! Charge! Every single disciple of the Heaven Sect had bloodshot eyes, the blades in their hand waving about in an unceasing motion as they chased down the retreating militants. Although they lacked the technical know-how for operating modern weaponry, with regards to using the cold hard melee weapons, they were naturally extremely comfortable. Linghu Xiangru saw that the outcome was decided, and he heaved a sigh of relief and started to make his way back. He had overexerted himself by continually using the level 3 vocal assertion and reverse trajectory abilities, expending a huge part of his energy. Enemy! Just as he had just took a few steps back, he felt a sudden sense of danger, and he quickly activated his reverse trajectory ability again. A rocket had managed to reach a distance of just 1 meter away from Linghu Xiangru when it immediately turned and shot back towards where it came from, in a small alley, and exploded instantly. At that same instant, Zhong had activated his shadow steps, his body flashing as he wielded his crocodile tooth saw blade, swinging towards Linghu Xiangru's head. Linghu Xiangru's mind was currently going off with all sorts of warnings, as he hastily activated his vocal assertion ability, Stop, with a command that induces self-harm like suicide or self-mutilation. It was hard for people to resist such commands. Needless to say, the simpler ones like stop or staying one's hands was even harder to resist. Linghu Xiangru had a comprehensive understanding of the skill, and he had chosen to use a single command that was hardest to resist at the first instant. A strong spiritual pressure landed on Zhong, and the necklace of clarity shone once, before easily dispelling the effect. The force of the crocodile tooth saw blade in Zhong's hands did not seem to diminish, as it swung towards Linghu Xiangru's head. Linghu Xiangru's face turned ashen, and with a thought, the remaining holy aura appeared in front of him. The 4 holy auras behind his back was the Type 2 Buddha protection ability and was a defensive skill. Earlier, the 4 holy auras had protected him, allowing him to survive those explosions. Zhong's left hand shot out, while the blade of his right hand came in contact with the blade of holy light. The crocodile tooth saw blade was stopped in its tracks, but Zhong's left hand connected viciously with Linghu Xiangru's abdomen. The fist with a strength 6 times that of a normal person exploded out, as a force of almost a few hundred gene landed, causing Linghu Xiangru to fly back 6 to 7 meters. Linghu Xiangru was, after all, a level 58 spirit-based enhancer, and after becoming the Sect leader of the Heaven Sect, he had never been injured before. This time, even with the protection of the Type 3 mutant beast hide, he still received a tremendous impact, causing his internal organs to rupture as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. If it wasn't for the strengthening of his endurance through his equipment, he could have possibly been killed by this single fist of Zhong. Kneel! Stop! Stop! Linghu Xiangru retreated backwards hastily, while trying anxiously to gather his spirit and casting the vocal assertion on Zhong. He had ascertained from the light shining at Zhong's neck to be some sort of artifact that blocked spiritual attacks. However, any equipment such as this had their limits. As long as he broke the limit, the equipment would lose its effectiveness. Go and die. Zhong's eyes flashed furiously. His left hand exploded out with a ball of devil flame, and he swung viciously towards Linghu Xiangru, the devil flame threatening to envelop the latter. Linghu Xiangru felt the overwhelming danger as his pupils shrunk, and he activated his Type 2 Buddha protection again, causing 4 holy auras to appear and cover him. Although Zhong's devil flame could incinerate many things, including an armored tank that he could reduce to just a puddle of metal liquid, he had no way of burning through those holy lights in a short time. While burning, Zhong continually hacked at the 4 beams of holy light with his blade, with no way of cutting through. Kill yourself. Kill yourself. Inside his protection, while backing up anxiously, he kept trying to cast his level 3 vocal assertion, and strong surges of spiritual pulses kept crashing on Zhong, wearing down the count of the Necklace of Clarity's defense. Under that relentless assault of Linghu Xiangru, the Necklace of Clarity began to wear down in terms of its defense, before the spiritual attack managed to enter Zhong's mind. Linghu Xiangru casted his spiritual blasts a few times, to no avail, as his eyes went wide with shock, and he couldn't help asking, "What the hell? How can you block my spirit attacks?" Linghu Xiangru suddenly thought of something, as he asked in a furious manner, "Don't tell me you're a spirit-based evolver. Impossible. If you're one, how can your speed be so fast? You speak too much. Die." Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and with a thought, white bones appeared out of thin air, swinging its huge axe viciously on the holy auras of Ling Xiangru. With a hong, the holy lights shimmered a little, and Ling Xiangru's face turned pale as one of the beams disappeared. While the defense of the Type 2 Buddha protection was shocking, its energy expenditure was equally exhausting, and Ling Xiangru had just been through a tough battle, having spent most of his stamina and spirit. This time, he was facing a joint attack by Zhong and White Bones, which caused one of the holy auras to finally collapse. "Attend to me! Attend to me! Quickly! Kill these two heretics! I'll reward anyone who does it!" Ling Xiangru was panicking by now, his face ashen as he looked at his damaged holy aura, and could not care less about his image as the sect leader, and ran to the disciples. Zhong and White Bones chased him down. "Protect the sect leader! Kill the heretics! Protect the sect leader!" The numerous disciples saw the sect leader that they had worshipped and thought invincible being chased by Zhong and White Bones, and promptly went crazy with rage, charging over towards them. Ling Xiangru awkwardly ran past the human crowd towards the distance. He didn't want to die, and still wanted to sit at the top of the Heaven Sect and enjoy life's pleasures. "Kill the heretics! Kill the heretics!" Dozens of fanatics charged at Zhong, their eyes filled with madness, with chants coming out of their mouths. Their single thought was to kill Zhong and White Bones. "Go die!" Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and he opened his hands as a huge ball of devil flame shot towards Ling Xiangru's direction. Those poor souls who stood between Zhong and Ling Xiangru were instantly engulfed when the flame touched them, as they started burning and shrieking in agony. In barely 2 seconds, the entire path that was blocked by the disciples had been charred black, and out of the 3 remaining holy auras surrounding Ling Xiangru, 1 disintegrated. When they saw the huge number of their fellow disciples being incinerated almost instantly, all the normal disciples had a change of expression, with only the zealous fanatics still charging at Zhong without fear. Zhong's body flashed, and in a few breaths he managed to catch up to Ling Xiangru, viciously slashing down at the 2 remaining beams of light, and with his 6 times normal strength, he managed to do enough damage to finish destroying 1 more beam. White Bones had also caught up, as it swung its axe at the remaining beam of holy light, causing Ling Xiangru to be knocked flying together with the beam. Ling Xiangru saw Zhong make his way over with the determination to kill him, and his eyes flashed with fear as he called out, "Stop! I know a secret that can allow a normal skill to evolve into a Type 2 skill. As long as you stop, I will tell you this secret." When Zhong heard that, his eyes immediately shone, and he replied, "Get your men to stand down. Otherwise I have no choice but to kill you." Ling Xiangru immediately turned and shouted at the disciples, "Stand down, all of you!" With that, all the disciples immediately looked at one another, before quietly retreating. Zhong used his crocodile saw-tooth blade to point at Ling Xiangru and said deeply, "Speak. If there's the slightest falsehood, I'll immediately execute you." Ling Xiangru immediately pulled out a glass vial from his pocket. Within it, there was a red, blood-like substance that seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious atmosphere. Chapter 386, Annexing the Heaven Sect. Chapter 386, Annexing the Heaven Sect. Book 3, The South. Ling Xiangru looked at Zhong and said, "Speaking to this young brother, I'm Ling Xiangru. How should I address you?" Zhong looked at the vial of red viscous liquid and could tell that it was something valuable. "I'm Zhong. Don't waste my time. You have 30 seconds. If you can't convince me, you'll have to die." Ling Xiangru pointed to the vial and said, "This is a super-enhanced drug that I've researched. As long as a person with an ability drinks this, it can forge one's bones and temper marrows, as well as evolving a single ability into its Type 2 stage. As long as you let me go, this vial is yours." Zhong's face flashed with disinterest, This must be something you obtained from a Type 3 mutant beast, right? I already know of such a formula. I'm just lacking the Type 3 mutant beast component. It's nothing extraordinary. Ling Xiangru's face instantly turned to one of shock, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "What? You can make this too? Impossible. Seems like it truly relies on the Type 3 mutant beast." Zhong confirmed his conjecture from Ling Xiangru's expression. When Zhong saw so many members of the Heaven Sect possessing the Type 3 mutant beast hide, he had surmised that they should be in possession of a Type 3 mutant beast corpse. The vial that could cause someone to evolve must be either from the corpse of the Type 3 mutant beast or a plant similar to Zhong's snake birth fruit tree. Zhong looked at Ling Xiangru and immediately offered, "Give that vial and its formula to me and dissolve the Heaven Sect. I'll spare you after that." Ling Xiangru's right hand gripped the vial tightly as he shook his head profusely. "No, definitely not. Zhong, if you let me go, I can give this vial to you and confer upon you the position of Vice Sect leader. You'll only be below me in authority. You can choose freely from the beauties in our Heaven Sect. As long as we work together, we'll be able to forge great things." The Heaven Sect was something that Ling Xiangru had expended a lot of effort to establish, and he wasn't willing to dissolve the fruits of his labor. "Since it's like this, you could just die." Zhong suddenly raised his stinger and pulled the trigger 6 times without blinking. The remaining holy light behind Ling Xiangru immediately revolved to block the bullets in front of him. However, at the same time, a sharp bone spike shot out from the ground, going through the holy light and piercing Ling Xiangru's neck and penetrated his brain. Ling Xiangru had an expression of shock as the last holy light dispersed, while his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. The vial of red liquid in his hand also fell towards the ground. Zhong stretched out his hand and grabbed the vial. He did not immediately take it, instead keeping it within his storage ring. Zhong waved his hand and took out his crocodile tooth saw blade to cut off Ling Xiangru's head. Enhancers had all sorts of strange abilities. If he didn't remove the head, who knows if Ling Xiangru had the ability to revive himself. After he disposed of Ling Xiangru, Zhong rummaged through the cassock and found 2 more vials of the red liquid. This super-enhanced drug was a heaven-defying treasure, instantly evolving a skill, replacing the need for a level 4 skill book. At the same time, it helped save precious skill points. Zhong eyed the super-enhanced drug and made an assessment. This drug should only be effective once. If it could be used more than once, Ling Xiangru would have long used them all. Zhong glanced at Ling Xiangru's corpse and quickly removed all the system equipment. Ling Xiangru had some decent spirit-based equipment. His entire equipment, when compared to Zhong, was only lacking a level 4 defense armor, a necklace of clarity, the storage ring, and other level 4 treasures. However, he had 2 treasures that Zhong did not have. Level 4 treasure, Shoes of the Wind. Upon equipping, agility plus 12. Movement speed increased by 10%. Level 4 treasure, Necklace of Spirited Speech. Upon equipping, spirit plus 8. Speech-based spiritual attacks enhanced by 1 level. It was precisely due to this level 4 necklace of spirited speech that allowed Ling Xiangru's level 3 vocal assertion to be so powerful. It hadn't yet been enhanced to its Type 2 stage, yet it could already suppress enhancers of above level 40. Unless it was a spirit-based evolver, otherwise few could actually withstand the might of that skill. Ling Xiangru's dead. Any Heaven Sect disciple that surrenders will be spared. White bones held the decapitated head of Ling Xiangru high as it charged about within the ranks of the disciples, while Zhong shouted loudly while running beside it. "Sect leader! Sect leader's dead! It's over! Sect leader's dead! How'd he die? Isn't he the apostle of God? Kill them! Revenge for our sect leader!" Many of the disciples lost their will to continue when they saw the decapitated head of Ling Xiangru, especially those who were blinded by their faith in him and had believed that Ling Xiangru was an invincible being. With his death now plain to see, their faith suffered a huge blow as they stood there dumbly, not knowing what to do. There are few enraged disciples that charged at Zhong and White Bones, but were easily slaughtered by White Bones. Following the broadcast of the message, as well as the sight of Ling Xiangru's head, many of the disciples started to lose their bearings. Some tried to escape in all directions, while some broke down. No one had the will to fight on anymore. The entire Long County was thrown into chaos. When Fuxin heard the news of Ling Xiangru's death, his originally pale face regained some color. What? He really died? This is my chance. The heavens are helping me. Right at this time, an intelligence officer came running to Fuxin's side and reported, "Boss, not good. Boss, there's an armed unit coming right at us from behind." When Fuxin's face that had just regained its color turned pale once again, as he grabbed the shirt of his intelligence officer in a slightly agitated manner. "What? Is that true?" The intelligence officer replied. "It's true, boss. If you don't believe, take a look yourself." When Fuxin did not hesitate, and hastily went to the entrance to observe, only to discover that an IFV, a few machine gun-mounted vehicles, and elite soldiers, combined with a force of Heaven Sect disciples wielding melee weapons, as well as some tribesmen launching an assault on Long County. Finished. When Fuxin saw these, his face turned ashen. He only had about 2 platoons of soldiers left. The rest of his troops had escaped, and the current soldiers weren't in a condition to fight. Under these conditions, he had no way of contending against this new force of nearly 1,000 people, including their modern weaponry. If he was given more time, once he gathered those scattered troops of him, he would definitely not be afraid of dealing with this obviously motley group of people. "What do we do, boss?" one of the intelligence officer immediately asked in worry. "Retreat to the town. Quickly recover any scattered troops." When Fuxin's eyes flashed as he thought, before he canceled his previous order, "No. Immediately bring our men to break through. Whoever can escape will be the remaining force. As long as the forest is remaining, there will still be firewood asterisk. The enemy's sights are on Long County, not us." The moment when Fuxin gave the order, he quickly brought his soldiers as they awkwardly tried to dodge Zhong Ming's soldiers. Zhong Ming saw when Fuxin's retreating troops and did not give chase, instead bringing his 800-strong army towards the depths of Long County. Under normal circumstances, the men that were hastily thrown together to make up this army would not be a match for Long County's disciples, nor Fuxin's troops. However, both armies had suffered a huge collapse, and the moment Zhong Ming brought this huge force in, it crumbled any remaining hope or fighting will of Fuxin's troops and the Heaven Sect disciples. A large number of the militants as well as disciples immediately surrendered to Zhong Ming and his troops, while within the county, important key locations and vantage points were overtaken by subordinates deployed by Zhong. A number of soldiers were also sent out to maintain security and restore order, as those disciples that had gone crazy were immediately executed on the spot, and the chaotic Long County finally regained its former sense of tranquility. Shenggang saw the soldiers patrolling about, his mind in a trance as he thought. The Heaven Sect has fallen just like that. The Heaven Sect had 8 great elders, 72 law protectors, 108 altar lords, and over 8,000 disciples. Ling Xiangru had unfathomable powers and could easily take down a battalion by himself. Such a huge force was actually taken down so casually by Zhong and his troops, giving Shenggang a sense of unreality. Too strong. This kind of person is the goal I should be chasing. Ling Shui brought 100 over captives and patrolled about as he saw the blood-filled streets of Long County, his heart in unrest. He had never imagined that Zhong had just brought a number of experts to swallow up the entire Heaven Sect. It filled his heart with respect and veneration for Zhong. From this moment on, Ning Shui had become another die-hard loyal supporter of Zhong. Because of the overwhelming victory, many captives that had surrendered to Zhong earlier changed their coats and saw themselves as subordinates of Zhong. Of course, if Zhong had lost, then they would have immediately denounced him and joined the victor's side. Such was the way of this world. Chapter 387, Ying Kaishan. Chapter 387, Ying Kaishan. Book 3, The South. Zhong brought by Shaosheng and 20 over-soldiers with full equipment as they went towards the central headquarters of the Heaven Sect. There were still a few loyal worshippers and devotees ensconced there. The central headquarters was in a lavish-looking villa. As Ling Xiangru had been an ordinary person before the apocalypse, after gaining power, he had also enjoyed himself. Therefore, the headquarters was set up in the most luxurious part of the county. Chongli, just surrender. If you continue like this, you'll only die. Zhang brought a group of 100-plus disciples that had surrendered as they stared at the villa, shouting loudly. Within the villa, the altar lord Chongli shouted out in fury, "Zhang, you traitor! You betrayed the Heaven Sect and have become the claws for them to act against us. You will definitely not have a good ending. After your death, you'll not be able to reincarnate and shall surely suffer your burning skin peeling from your thick face in hell. Let your new master come and meet me. Otherwise, I'll burn this entire villa, and you'll only gain our corpses." Well said, Chongli. You're undoubtedly a central pillar of our Heaven Sect. You have a backbone. Following a furious roar, a man dressed entirely in black leapt out as he charged towards the villa. Zhang recognized the newcomer, as his face changed, and he quickly bellowed, "Open fire! Open fire!" The troops of Zhang raised their guns and started firing at the middle-aged man, but their bullets only got deflected. Chongli took a look at the man in black, as his eyes lit up in joy. "Elder Ing, you're here." This man dressed in black was called Ying Kaishan, and was the leader of the 8 elders in the Heaven Sect. He possessed a fearsome strength, and was the number 1 under Ling Xiangru. Such an expert had arrived, and caused Chongli to celebrate. There was finally someone they could rely on. Ying Kaishan swept his eyes around the surroundings, and discovered only 23 disciples. He frowned and asked, "Are there only you guys here? Where's the rest?" Chongli replied respectfully, "I had deployed the rest to the other parts of the villa to guard the important areas." Ying Kaishan furrowed his brows and reprimanded, "Dumbass! We're low on numbers. How can we still divide our strength? Go get the rest back, and bring those beauties that the sect leader kept over here as hostages. If they don't retreat, we'll kill a woman every minute. Until they retreat, then we'll make use of the chance to escape from here, and wait for a chance to get our revenge. We must stay alive, and seek vengeance for the sect leader." Chongli immediately responded, "Yes, Elder Ing, I'll go get them now." Not long after, following the sounds of crying of women, 300 bound up but different beauties were dragged in by Chong Li and 20 other disciples. When Ling Xiangru had established the sect and set himself as the sect leader, the first thing he did was to set up his own harem court. As long as he saw a beauty that wasn't the wife of his own subordinates, he would find ways to get them into his harem. When the higher-up stays happy, it spells the same for the subordinates. With Ling Xiangru's character, his subordinates would offer him beauties the moment they caught any grade A-class beauties. Over time, he had gained over 300 such beauties for himself. Ying Kaishan surveyed the environment as he looked at the 46 disciples and asked solemnly, "Is this everybody?" Chongli looked at the 46 disciples, his face crunching in sadness as he gritted his teeth, and replied, "Everybody's here. These are the remaining brothers who are willing to sacrifice it all for the Heaven Sect." Kaishan's face turned solemn and said, "Close the door. Everyone come over here. I've something of utmost importance to say to everybody." "Yes, Elder." With the order from Kaishan, the 46 disciples gathered around Kaishan. "Please enlighten us, Elder." Chong Li and the 46 disciples spoke out in unison. "What I would like to say is, I want to use your severed, bleeding heads to show and prove my loyalty to leader." Kaishan's eyes turned cold, and sharp eye spikes shot out from his body, piercing through Chong Li and all of the 46 disciples, nailing them all gruesomely to the wall like some perverse game of pin the tail on the donkey. Why? Why? Chong Li was pierced in his stomach as he was nailed to the wall, shuddering as he asked Kaishan. Kaishan's expression was cold as he took out a dark magic blade and cut off Chong Li's head. "I need to use your deaths to gain the respect and approval of leader. Don't blame me. If you want to, blame yourselves for being stupid." Murder! When the 300 beauties saw this scene, many lost their composure and began to scream. It was the first time witnessing a slaughter for a few of them, and many were still not used to it. Kaishan stared at them coldly and released an intense, killing aura. "Shut up. Keep quiet, all of you." The 300 beauties immediately shut up after being intimidated by that killing intent. Kaishan pointed to two of the beauties and ordered, "You, go open the door. Invite leader in." Of the two beauties, one had long black hair, a full bottom, and a voluptuous figure coupled with incredible looks. The other was slightly shorter, but had fair skin and defining features, and could be considered cute. The two of them did not dare go against Kaishan's orders, as they went to the door of the villa and opened it. The moment the door opened, Zhong brought Ming Jia and took huge strides into the villa. Kaishan got down on one knee in front of Zhong and proclaimed, "Salutations and welcome to the leader. Welcome, master." The 300 beauties also got down respectfully and spoke out in unison. When Ling Xiangru established the Heaven Sect, he passed the rule that everyone had to treat him like the emperors of the past. Those who did not listen were immediately treated as blood offerings to God. And under that kind of treatment, many became obedient, or at the very least, on the surface. Zhong looked at Kaishan and said, "Get up. Kaishan, you did extremely well. You will be a platoon commander first, and your rank will be a second lieutenant for now." Kaishan was a man who knew how to make use of opportunities. When he saw that the Heaven Sect had fallen, he had immediately aligned himself with Zhong. He was the one who had suggested this trap to wipe out the remaining devotees, to prove his loyalty. "Yes, leader." Kaishan's eyes flashed with fervor as he stood up swiftly. Kaishan pointed to the two ladies that had opened the door for Zhong and recommended, "Leader, this lady is called Su Qian, and this one is called Sun Shuiyan." Both of them had just recently been offered to Ling Xiangru within this month. However, Ling Xiangru had been out hunting mutant beasts and raising his own level. They should still be virgins. They have already undergone the strictest training to be prepared, and leader, you can use them as you wish now. Kaishan was a keen person and had his capabilities. He wanted to gain a high position in this establishment of Zhong, and regardless of the methods, as long as it could be used, he would employ them where necessary. Su Qian was the voluptuous and alluring lady with the long black hair, and was about 21 years old. Sun Qian was the slightly petite and fair, cute beauty of about 16 to 17. And Zhong swept a gaze at both the ladies as he replied indifferently. Zhen Yang walked into the villa and reported to Zhong, "Leader, there's someone who wants to see you." "Who?" Zhong furrowed his brows slightly while asking curiously. In this Long and County, he could be considered the single leader now and possessed the authority to kill anyone. Everyone was in awe of him, and there shouldn't be anybody who would seek him of their own accord. Zhen Yang replied, "He's a researcher. I have no idea what background he has. However, he seemed to be researching a top-secret project for the Heaven Sect. Only Ling Xiangru could enter as he pleased, and the location was always protected by the Sword Apostles. Even elders could not go in. I think that leader, you should personally meet him. Zhong frowned and replied, Okay, I got it. Let me. Zheng brought Zhong towards a separate villa from the headquarters. The moment he entered the villa, Zhong saw that the place had been remodeled into a research lab. Inside the lab, there could be various equipment seen, and within many glass containers, there were countless mutant beasts and plants. In the research lab, there were also cages. Inside some of these cages, there were some L1S, S1S mutant cats, mutant pigs, as well as other evolved zombies and mutant beasts locked up. Inside one such cage, there were even 2 level 23 live mutant lizards. A researcher dressed in white was currently busy scribbling and noting down some research, performing all sorts of tests, keeping extremely busy. The moment Zhong stepped in, the researcher lifted his head and looked at Zhong before calling out, Eldero, someone's here. A man in a white coat with an incredibly messy hairdo and unkempt beard of about 27 to 28 looked up from a microscope. He eyed Zheng before looking at Zhong and said a little indifferently, I'm Ming. I was the 9th elder of the Heaven Sect. Are you Zhong? Chapter 388, Ming. Chapter 388, Ming. Book 3, The South. Zhong eyed Ming and replied, I'm Zhong. Ming directly pulled out a box and handed it to Zhong with a look of indifference. Since you're here, that idiot Ling Xiangru must have been done in by you. This entire long and county must be under your control already as well. I might as well rely on you. This is the product of my research, Ming Evolving Liquid version 1. After taking it, it can help any enhancer over level 30 with a type 1 skill to evolve it into a type 2 skill. If a normal person lesser than level 30 were to use this liquid, there's a chance of awakening a level 3 skill and the possibility of permanently enhancing a random attribute by 10 points. This liquid can only be used by a person once. Subsequent dosages will have no effect. There are 3 vials over here. Treat it as my pledge of allegiance. Zhong opened up the box and took a look in it. There were 3 vials that were exactly the same as the vials he got from Ling Xiangru. He asked, This liquid is your research? Ming had a look of self-satisfaction. Of course. Zhong looked at him and directly said, I want the formula for this liquid. Compared to 1 or 2 vials of the liquid, Zhong wanted the formula and process. With it, he could enhance every expert under him in the future. Ming did not seem to hesitate and directly handed a stack of documents to Zhong. Not a problem. This is the formula for Ming version 1. Zhong opened up the documents and took a careful read and discovered the intricate process of producing this Ming version 1. Its main ingredients were the blood essence of a type 3 mutant beast, as well as the brain cells of the type 3 mutant beast, combined with the sap of a mutant plant known as the Ghost Night Vine, and the blood orchid, another mutant plant. Lastly, there were some other common materials needed to be added. On that document, the steps and important details to pay attention to were all listed extremely clearly. With this documents, as well as the necessary ingredients, Zhong could begin a large-scale manufacturing of this Ming version 1. Zhong asked, The Ghost Night Vine and Blood Orchid, you have them here. Ming pointed to a corner of the research lab. That area, from the left to the right, are the Ghost Night Vines and Blood Orchids. At the corner, there is a small tree being wrapped by a number of black vines. Below it, there were a few zombie corpses. Those pitch-black vines were precisely the Ghost Night Vines. To the right, there were a few blood-red flowers the size of huge sunflowers blooming atop the corpses of zombies. These were the blood orchids. The 3 important components necessary for the production of the Ming version 1, with the exception of the corpse of a type 3 mutant beast, were all gathered here. Zhong saw how cooperative Ming was and rejoiced silently in his heart as he smiled and promised, Very good. Whatever your requests, As long as they're not too excessive, I will do my best to fulfill them. Ming contemplated silently for a moment, before his eyes blazed with a passion. I don't have any special request. I like to research these zombies, mutant beasts, and mutant plants. Let me stay here and continue my research. Please pass any high-level zombies, any mutant beasts and mutant plants for me to research. The results of my research will be passed to you, and you can use it any way you want. However, there is a condition. That is, whenever you use the fruition of my research, you have to use my name. With regards to this, Ming Evolving Liquid version 1, when you pass them to others, you have to use the name. I want my name to resound across the entire world, surpassing even Einstein and Newton. I want to become the first and foremost scientist in the world. Zhong looked at the fervent Ming and expressed his agreement. No problem. The naming of such products of science were extremely important to these scientists whose passion laid in research. To Zhong, however, it could be called anything. He didn't care what it was called, as long as the results of the research were useful. Ming pointed to the rest of the research team and said indifferently, "Oh yes, this research facility needs constant power. We don't lack any beverages or food." The families of these researchers are here, so please look after them kindly. If they have any requests with regards to their conditions, please help to address them. By partaking in the research in this facility, there would definitely be a restriction of freedom. Ming was also extremely thorough and did not request to leave his facility, and instead proposed for Zhong to look after the rest of the researchers. Zhong looked at Ming appreciatively and smiled. "Not an issue. Ming, do you want a few beautiful assistants?" Ming replied apathetically. "No need. I'm uninterested in 3D women. If you discover any dating games, you can send them over. I'm only interested in 2D girls." Zhong became speechless. He had no idea that such a passionate scientist was only interested in gal games. "All right, if there's nothing else, please leave. Of course, if you want to stay behind to observe, just keep silent. I want to start work." Ming had no airs of a subordinate and shifted his focus towards the microscope, as though the mutant beast meat was more interesting than a beautiful lady. Zhong asked one final question. "Is the nuclei of the type 3 mutant beast of Ling Xiangru still in your hands?" Ming immediately opened up a box beside him and retrieved a blood-red nuclei, throwing it to Zhong without any care. "Are you talking about this? If you didn't say, I almost forgot. This nuclei cannot be digested by us humans. The previous person who ingested this just directly passed it out through his shit. At the same time, it is incompatible with other research materials. Even acid cannot corrode it. Here." Zhong directly kept the type 3 mutant beast nuclei into his ring, as it was extremely helpful to the advancing of mutant beasts. If he could use it to raise lightning into a type 3 beast, then he could gain another trump card. Lightning was already so terrifying as a type 2 mutant beast. If he could evolve it into a type 3 mutant beast, then there would be no equal to it in the near future. Zhong pulled out a glass vial filled with the snake birth fruit juice and gave it to Ming. This is a fluid that can allow a person to become an evolver. When Ming heard that, he immediately took it and smelled the liquid, before sticking out his tongue to taste a little, and his eyes became bright with a strange glint. He almost lost his composure as he pulled Zhong's clothes and asked loudly, "Is there more? Please give me more. This is not enough for research." A juice that allowed someone to become an evolver. It was an incredible treasure. Ming had been here for such a long time and had conducted research on over 150 types of mutant plants, but it was the first time that he heard or saw an extract of a mutant plant that can help someone to evolve. Evolvers were the chosen of this apocalyptic world. They had much more potential than normal enhancers. They were faster than other normal people in gaining benefits from various sources. Beside Zhong, the naturally awakened evolvers like Yao Yao and Zhuiyadong had incredible learning speeds. Compared to others, they were extremely fast at picking up skills. When Zhong had become an evolver, His learning ability had increased as well, and while he could not compare to those naturally awakened evolvers, he was still vastly ahead of other ordinary enhancers. Even Ming, who was usually calm and indifferent upon learning of this miraculous item, had lost his composure. This was after all something that could help make evolvers. If he could derive the formula from this liquid, he could immediately become the top researcher in the history of mankind. The moment he thought of this, Ming's blood began to boil with anticipation. Zhong pulled out the green snake birth fruit juices out and handed them to Ming. I'm left with this. However, these are just byproducts. They're not enough to become evolver. They can only strengthen the body's constitution. These green-colored snake birth fruit juices had no way of changing a person into an evolver, but if a normal person was to administer it, one could gain 5 to 6 points in a given attribute. However, it had no effect on an evolver like Zhong. That's great. That's great. Ming grabbed those vials and ran excitedly to the research bench and began to run tests. He had completely forgotten about Zhong, who had passed him the juices. Zhong took a look at Ming running about excitedly, as well as the rest of the research team engrossed in their work, and nobody gave a single hoot about him. He observed quietly for a while before leaving the lab. Zhong gave an order to Zhong. Zhong, go inform Zhong Mingyi to bring 15 experts and begin protection of this facility. From now on, this villa is out of bounds to anybody. Without my instructions, no one is to barge in. Any offenders will be executed. Ming's research lab was extremely important to Zhong, be it the possibility of evolving a skill into its Type 2, or the current ongoing research into the serum that turns someone into an evolver. To any power, this was an important trump card. Zhong would definitely not let anyone get their hands on the research. Yes. Zhenyang's heart shuddered as he swiftly replied. Zhong turned around and left the research lab. Since the control of Heaven's Sect over Long and County had been consolidated, the entire area had become calm. Chapter 389, Evolve Type 2 Skill. Chapter 389, Evolve Type 2 Skill. Book 3, The South. The moment Long and County was secured, Zhong did not immediately bring his forces away. Instead, he arranged for another battalion to be deployed over from Tianxin District to stand guard at Long and County. With the additional security of the elite battalion, Long and County truly became under Zhong's control. Even if the remaining forces from Heaven's Sect were to make any funny movements, the elite battalion was more than enough to keep things in check. Zhong brought a vial of the Ming version 1 and placed it into Ming Jiajia's hands, saying, Jiajia, this is Ming Evolving Liquid version 1. After administering, it can help the ability of an enhancer above level 30 to evolve into a Type 2 skill. However, there are risks to this, and should the evolution fail, there could be a strong backlash as well. Do you want to take it? Please allow me to. I'm not afraid. Ming Jiajia had a resolute look as she took it from Zhong's hands and immediately downed the contents in a single gulp. In this apocalyptic world, to gain strength, one had to take the risk. Ming Jiajia had long since understood that fact, and knew the chances to become stronger were already rare and slim. The moment she passed one up, it would be gone forever. Furthermore, she wanted to stay by Zhong's side and become an indispensable existence to Zhong. Strength was thus crucial. The moment the liquid entered Ming Jiajia's body, it became a hot surge of energy that rushed about in her body as her blood started to heat up as though burning. She could not help but groan in pain, collapsing in Zhong's arms, and perspired profusely. Other than that, as she was perspiring, blood started to ooze out from every single pore. That intense pain caused Ming Jiajia's body to shudder involuntarily. She could only try to withstand the pain while groaning in pain like an injured kitten. What a powerful concoction! Zhong held Ming Jiajia tightly as his heart pounded. It was the first time he witnessed such terrifying effects. After an entire hour, Ming Jiejia's torment came to a stop. By this time, her entire body looked as frail as a newborn, mixed with blood and grime. Zhong carried Ming Jiejia and brought her to the bath to clean up before bringing her back to bed to rest. Early the next morning, Ming Jiejia awoke, and Zhong asked in concern, "How are you feeling?" Ming Jiejia closed her eyes and observed her changes quietly, before opening her eyes and said, "It's fine now. My spirit has gained 5 points of enhancement. My Summon Shadow Wolves skill has also evolved to Summon Type 2 Shadow Wolves." Zhong's pupils lit up in interest. "Let me see the extent of your new strength." Ming Jiejia nodded and waved her hands, activating the skill. In an instant, without any noise, a shadow wolf rushed out from Zhong's shadow and pounced towards him. Zhong's heart tightened in wariness as he activated his shadow steps, twisting his body and sending a powerful punch towards the Type 2 Shadow Wolf. The Type 2 Shadow Wolf had no means of dodging in midair and received the powerful punch. It was sent back 6m. However, it did not seem to be injured in the slightest, and its eyes flashed furiously. The moment it landed, it shot towards Zhong like a lightning bolt. What a crazy speed! Zhong observed the Type 2 Shadow Wolf, and his heart trembled. Its speed was actually faster than lightning and himself. It was actually comparable to the agility-based Evolver by Shaosheng. Without any sharp weapons, even with a strength of 6x normal, Zhong had not managed to hurt it. As the Type 2 Shadow Wolf pounced towards Zhong, he activated his gravity manipulation and caused the Type 2 Shadow Wolf to plummet to the ground. He made a grab for the wolf and slashed down with the Crocodile 2 saw blade, cutting the Type 2 Shadow Wolf cleanly in two. Zhong's pupils narrowed as he asked Ming Jiejia, "How many of these Type 2 Shadow Wolves can you summon?" Ming Jiejia thought and replied honestly, "With my current spirit, I can maintain 5 Type 2 Shadow Wolves for 10 minutes. After that, I can't sustain the energy necessary to summon them." While these Type 2 Shadow Wolves could not compare to actual Type 2 mutant beasts, the differences weren't that big. The fearsome thing was that they could be continuously summoned out, and Ming Jiejia could even summon 5 at one go. If Zhong didn't have any protection and was suddenly ambushed by these wolves, he would definitely suffer quite a bit. Zhong currently had few experts under him that could contend against these wolves single-handedly. That was to say, just based on single combat power, Ming Jiejia had already ranked amongst the top 10. However, her personal defense was still lacking, and without protection, a single sniper bullet could take her life easily. Zhong smiled and ruffled Ming Jiejia's little head. "Very good. Like this, Jiejia, you have become a powerful expert as well." Ming Jiejia revealed a bright, sweet smile. Hee. Since Ming Jiejia had successfully taken the Ming version 1, Zhong did not hesitate further and immediately gulped down the contents. In an instant, Zhong started to bleed from his pores as a strong, powerful surge of energy raged within his body, causing him to feel as though he was breaking apart. While Zhong had a strong will, the pain caused him to feel like he was dying from the most excruciating torture you could imagine. After shivering uncontrollably for an extended period, he managed to recover somewhat, albeit slowly. A strange light flashed within his mind as it gathered around the Summon Skeleton skill rune, causing it to change. A few strange lines carved themselves onto the rune, before finalizing the fusion process, and the skill rune shone with smallish dark pulses of light. The moment the rune formed, a radiant light shot out from Zhong's mind where the skill rune was stored and landed on White Bones. Under the blanket of that radiant light, White Bones started to undergo a change, its body turning entirely black, leaving not a single spot. Every part of its body started to sprout sharp spikes, giving it the hideous appearance of a killing machine. "Congratulations on gaining 5 points of spirit." A bright sound of notification rang within Zhong's mind. Level 4 skill, Summon Dark Skull, Type 2 skill. Enhancing requires 2 skill points per enhancement. Your special summon skeleton has evolved and has gained enhancement in its abilities. Every skill has gained a +1 enhancement. Dark Skull, White Bones, level 42. Strength, 9110. Agility, 9110. Vitality, 9110. Stamina, 91-91-10. Spirit, 91-91-10. Endurance, 153-10. Skill 1. Utilizing Bones ability, +1. Skill 2. Strengthen Bones, +1. Skill 3. Bone Control, +1. Skill 4. Feign, +1. Skill 5. Return to Hell, +1. Skill 6. Immediate Summon, +1. Skill 7. Sharpen, +1. Skill 8. Basic Intelligence, +1. After the special summon White Bones evolved into the Dark Skull, White Bones, its 6 attributes had gained 20 points each. At the same time, every skill gained +1 enhancement. Its combat ability had undergone an earth-shattering change after evolution. Even if it were to face Type 2 mutant beasts, it could hold its own. It was no longer helpless against those fearsome beasts. In the villa that used to be the headquarters of the Heaven Sect, Zhong sat silently in a sofa, his hands holding the info of his various subordinates. Ming sat obediently beside Zhong as she read an English book. She only originally knew Vietnamese and Chinese, but as she wanted to follow Zhong for a long time, she started picking up various languages. English happened to be one of them. Ning Yusin, Sun Xuyan, and Su Qian. These 3 beauties were currently sitting in front of Zhong, and each of them held a magazine as they were absorbed in their own reading separately. Zhong looked at the details of his subordinates as he frowned, before turning to the lowly Ming Jia as his eyes lit up. Jia, would you like to be the mayor of Long County? Hearing Zhong's words, Ning Yusin, Sun Xuyan, and Su Qian abruptly looked towards Ming Jia as they trembled slightly. Especially Su Qian, as intense jealousy could be seen in her eyes. The mayor of the county would have control over 7,000 people. Calling their fates was as easy as flipping their hands. It was an incredible honor and prestige. Prior to the apocalypse, Su Qian was a small-time model and had dealt with numerous people. She was no stranger to authority and power, and was attracted to a position of control. There was one time when she was competing with another model for an ad. Su Qian had better qualifications, but just because the competition had a mayor as her backer, she got the job. Through this, Su Qian learned about the harsh ways of society. If it wasn't for her personal principle on being a virgin to hook a millionaire, she would have long become a rich canary shared amongst other rich people. While Ning Yusin and Sun Xuan were not as envious as Su Qian, they were still shocked by the news. Ming Jia tilted her head as she pondered, before replying in a resolute manner. I don't want to leave Master's side. However, if Master requires me to stay here and manage Long County, I would do so for you. When you're gone, I would definitely not allow anyone to snatch it away from you. Zhong revealed a smile and lightly pecked Ming Jia's forehead. Good. From now on, you're the mayor of Long County. I'll leave it in your care then. Zhong had groomed a number of experts, but he could only fully trust a handful. Ming Jia had been by his side ever since he crusaded across Vietnam. She had weathered almost everything with him and was the most trustworthy. At the same time, her experience was not lacking, and she had the highest qualifications, as everyone knew she was the favorite general under Zhong, and no one would dare contest her rule. Ever since when Fu Xin had slunk away in defeat, he had long since disappeared with his men. The world was wide and the boundaries were endless. Zhong had no means to spare to chase him down. After passing the command that Ming Jia was to assume control as the mayor, Zhong reassigned some of the Heaven Sect's experts into his own expert troops. They then proceeded to replenish their ammunition, and he only brought this bunch of elite soldiers with him towards Guilin City. Xiama village was a small village that was about 20 kilometers away from Guilin City, and before the apocalypse, it had about 300 inhabitants. Currently, it was the territory and home to over 300 zombies. On this day, 2 Audis, 1 Santana, a bus, a truck, and 5 other cars came from the distance, stopping right in front of this village. 40 men stepped out of the 5 cars. Amongst them, 2 of them were wielding rifles, and the remaining 30 were holding machetes, long bats, and other various melee weapons. "Do it!" A huge, burly, bald man, with a long knife scar on his face, held his Tang replica sword as he looked at Shema village and ordered solemnly. The men started to get into action as they hammered large wooden stakes into the ground and started to tie some ropes to the stakes, constructing a simple trap. Upon completion, the scar-faced man commanded a skinny male, "Zhao Jia, it's your turn." "Yes, boss." The skinny male had a pale look as he pulled out a small knife and cut his hand, causing a few drops of fresh blood to drip onto a handkerchief. Zhao Jia then brought the blood-stained handkerchief and ran towards the entrance of the village, and shouting at the top of his lungs, "Zombies! Your granddaddy Zhao Jia is here. Get the hell out!" The zombies within the village caught scent of the fresh blood, as well as the noise Zhao Jia was making, and they started to shamble towards the source. After Zhao Jia was done getting their attention, he quickly retreated. He didn't dare to stay too long, as the biggest risk of his job as bait was, if he were to meet an S2, the bait would definitely die and become food. Unfortunately, Zhao Jia didn't have the necessary luck, it seemed. Alas, he had just ran for a few meters when an S2 suddenly leapt out from the crowd of zombies in a flash, chasing after him. "Help! Help!" Zhao Jia saw the S2 and was frightened out of his wits as he sobbed and ran while screaming. His cries did not help him, as everyone stood near the trap and watched quietly, not daring to take a step beyond the limit. The S2 reached Zhao Jia easily and pounced on him, taking a vicious bite out of his throat and chewed his flesh of his neck in a bloody mess. Start your tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.